All right, welcome to film study draft night. As the draft gets started a little bit, we're starting to get everyone set up, and Ken is getting tuned up. We're getting some other guests in here. Make sure that you go ahead and share the YouTube link, share it over on Twitter, share the Facebook link, whatever you're in. Go ahead and comment on in the chat room as we can follow along and help guide the show that way. Ken McKusick, how you doing?
Life's good, Josh. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Congratulations, man. We hear you're engaged. It's very exciting.
It's it's exciting. It's a lot of life change going on at the same time, and that's a huge part of it. So it's exciting.
All right. Well, football new year here for everyone else, and we'll be jumping in with this. We may be a little bit quiet during these first few minutes as we set up here. So if you're watching this video later, you might not see much. But good chance this will be posted right on YouTube after we're done. Yeah,
this will be on YouTube when we're done. This will be on the podcast feed. Normally, this is like a 4-hour show. So normally for the podcast feed, I break it up into about 4 episodes of the podcast. But yeah, 13 picks, so a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, it'll be 10 actually for the Ravens, but hopefully they can get it to 13 with some trades. That'd be terrific if they did. 5 picks in that 4th round alone, which is going to make Saturday very exciting. You definitely do not make plans between noon and about 1:30 on Saturday, because you want to be joining our show and talk about the Ravens' needs. We're going to be going rapid fire through who they might like. We'll probably join about a half hour early, and we'll be talking about who were the top players that are on the Ravens' mind going into round 4. They'll still have positional needs because they only have 4 picks before then. So it's no doubt going to be a very exciting day.
See, that's what I get for listening to the guys in YouTube saying that there's 13 that there's 13 picks. But that's what we want, is everyone to comment in YouTube, because we can see your comments. We can bring it up here. I'll even call Sean out. There's his 13 picks comment that threw me off.
Oh, Sean. So, it's okay, buddy. Sean, you got a question for us? Anybody who's got a question, jump right in. Hit us up.
I think Sean's planning on some trades going on, and that's how things happen. So, all right, we got Jason from Huddle Up Films right now.
Hey guys,
Jason, how you doing, my friend? Jason, the author of a big board here that we use as an anchor point on this show. Done as much draft research as anyone. Really appreciate having you join us.
Ken, great, just a great day to be here. Thanks, Josh, for organizing this. And how do I sound? Sounds pretty good. Everything good to go?
Sounds good. You're all set. Good to go.
Okay, great. Looks like we already have some people in here. How's everybody doing? And can we comment? Could I type something in? Am I missing something?
You cannot. You can comment using your microphone.
Okay. Hey, I don't know if I can handle all that responsibility, Josh.
You can respond right there. If there's a comment coming in on YouTube or Facebook that you want to call out, just start talking to it, and I'll find it and bring it up on the board.
Very good. Very good.
All right. I would love to see the other things come as they come in. Is this okay? Well, anyway.
Ken, if you click on the right-hand side where it says comments, top right corner, right under, you should be able to see all the comments coming in.
Alan, how you doing? Great to have you. Regular friend on Twitter.
You're very welcome, Shrimp Trawler. That's a labor of love, man. I've done it for years, probably, about 15 years now. So last year was the first year I shared my big board, and I'm very proud of it. Very proud of it. I know you're going to see names on there that you think should be higher or lower. There's actually a second tab when Josh feels it's a good time where you could see them ranked by position. So if you want to go down and click, I only included the guys in the blue. I figured if I included everybody, it would kind of jumble it up. So those are the guys that I would be targeting through the time we're going to be on the air, from round 4. Some of those guys, a lot of those guys, chances are going to be there, and we'll have a chance at them.
Yeah, Saturday's going to be a hell of an exciting day. I want to call out Ricardo Tancredi here. Thanks for joining us all the way from Brazil. Ricardo came on and did a show about heat signatures to I'm going to get this wrong, but to identify muscle injuries, and very interesting stuff. And he and his brother are involved in that, in putting together a program for that, but something the Ravens could definitely gain from.
I saw that. That's Ricardo. That was a great episode, Ricardo. I enjoyed that. Yeah, the heat. It was about the heat, and when it was, you were talking about how to get the heat checked with all their pads on and the equipment on, and
right,
how could it be done in game? That was an interesting conversation.
Right, so they do it they can do it for soccer more easily, and there's a little bit of a privacy issue that they have to kind of drop their drawers and get checked out before the game, as I recall. But anyway, we'll get back to the draft here.
Christian Watson is on my board, Sean. He is number 52. I got some pushback on that on my barbecue series. Jordan Coe, who should be on the program at some point, has him in the first round. That was his call. That's his guy. Love Christian Watson with the ball in his hands. The reason I have him in the 50s as a second round target is I'm not a big fan of him without the ball in his hands. His ball tracking, his route running, he has a lot of work to do coming from a smaller school as well. But with the ball in his hands, Christian Watson is as exciting as it gets. Top of the receiver class when it comes to yards after the catch.
I got a great question down here from Michael Smith. Who is this year's Tevin Jenkins? And he obviously watched the show last year, and a bunch of us were around, and some were calling for Jenkins, but I would say a majority, or at least a plurality, was going for Jenkins at 32. And he's a right tackle, a shorter armed right tackle at that. In terms of who's this year's Tevin Jenkins, I might try and keep it at the tackle position, although there are other guys at other positions, certainly. How about Bernard Ryman? He's a guy who I think is way too high on most boards. Projected maybe to go in the middle of the second round. But I think with the arms under 33 inches, I'm going to think he's going to have a lot of trouble playing tackle in the NFL. And I don't think he's really built in terms of being an ex-tight end and his frame to play any other offensive line position. So I might pick him as a guy who I think will, is a little bit pegged too high on most boards. I still got him as my number 6 tackle, by the way. So I'm part of the problem here.
And before I answer, I wanted to answer Sean's question. Can we zoom into the board one level? You can actually access the board on your own if you go to my most recent YouTube video, or there's a link to the board on Twitter. So if you want to toggle back and forth between the two, that's available for you as well. So you can blow it up full speed. And Tevin Jenkins, I'll take it from another angle. There was some report I saw on Twitter. Don't know how credible it is. I mean, smoke's coming out all the time. But Evan Neal, apparently there was some comments on his health. So Tevin Jenkins obviously had back issues that none of us were aware about last year. Mm-hmm. And, there are going to be players that are going to drop down the board. And you can bet that if they're way off a consensus, it's either something in the interview process, something off the field, maybe they're late to practice, or an injury that we're not aware about. So that's what makes it so much fun, Ken, is the unpredictability. We can only go off of what we have in front of us.
Yeah, we are a little bit handicapped that way, but we do the best we can, and we're here to have fun, watch the drafts with our friends, talk about football, hopefully at a level people enjoy, and include as many people as we can in terms of the questions and whatnot. Alec, I want to turn over to you for a minute and talk some trade, because we're going to have some things happen here very quickly, I think, in this first round. I actually think each of these picks is going to take an extended time, maybe after number 1 here. And there may be trade considerations.
Absolutely. Trade considerations. I mean, for the Ravens, realistically, they could probably go all the way up to pick 6. Anything more than that is you're getting into some serious capital. But of course, Ken, I think you're going to say we could throw something back. They could throw something back. There are probably ways to make that work.
I think the highest I can reasonably see them going is number 10. And we'll see. Yeah, I do. That means they'll trade pick 76 as well. I don't see them jettisoning the second round pick, which is what it would take to move up higher. I just don't see it. I think there's going to be too many good opportunities at 14. I think there's actually probably a better argument to move down, but I can respect either if they got Thibodeau or they got Charles Cross, one of the tackles, if they got Stingley at 10. I'd be excited enough about it to move up for that reason. But otherwise, I think you stay where you are. You have a good player at 14. If a wide receiver is the best player on the board and somebody else has to have him, great. If a quarterback's the best player, if somebody else has to have him, great. You trade down. And 2 picks in the 20s, a pick in the 20s and another pick in the second round, it would excite the hell out of me. A pick at 18 and a pick in the third round would excite the hell out of me too.
Me too. It's a great draft to trade back. It really is. I mean, we could say that a lot of years, but this year, especially with COVID affecting this year's draft. And on my big board, what was the final number of second round grades I had? I'll have to go back and check. Looks like 68 players, Ken. Usually it's around 50. Last year, I believe it was 52 players with a second round grade, 68. So that's the sweet spot in the draft, although we're missing the high quarterback picks. And Ken, the reason I wanted to address Carolina at number 6. Carolina at number 6 does not have another pick until the 4th round, which complicates things for them. And there's been whispers out there that they're looking to accumulate picks and may, for lack of a better word, just punt on the season, go with Sam Darnold, try to accumulate picks in this very deep draft. So maybe they would be the rare case of accepting less, where most teams are looking for more than the average chart value. Maybe Carolina takes a little less. We throw back a 4th, and maybe they throw a 6th in or something like that, where you get real specific with the trades. But yes,
the Ravens wouldn't be the one to win that trade if that were available from Carolina. There's a lot of teams that would love to move up to 6 if the price is that low. So there should be heavy competition for it. I would be upset, obviously, if Carolina is not looking to go quarterback at some point in this draft. I think it helps the Ravens that they are, that they should be. And I think the optimal scenarios, we've talked about it a number of times, is that Malik Willis goes number 2. That would be really exciting. The second best is that Malik Willis goes number 6.
If he goes number 2, I could see another team panicking and wanting to get up there to get their guy. So yes, Ken, this is a great question for you. Eric Boyd, seeing in the comments, he says, I consider myself a football fan, but I've never watched a draft. Why do you think so many people are into it?
We probably each have our own thoughts about this. It's the football new year for starters. We haven't any meaningful, new, unknown, really information. I mean, the only other thing you have is the constant F5 clicking on Twitter to refresh your screen to see if on the first day of free agency, if anything happens. That's very frustrating, frankly. And I don't even like the pricing of the early part of free agency. So I think the draft to me is just a football new year that's an even playing field. The Ravens have, flexed their muscles with success in this particular area. And that's why I'm excited about it.
For me, I love the unknown and the unpredictability, and there's not a correct answer. If something happens every year, it's a surprise. But what I would say to Eric is Jonathan Ogden, Ray Lewis, Terrell Suggs, Lodi Nada, Chris McAllister. The list goes on and on and on. Ronnie Stanley. These are all first-round picks, and the cornerstone, Joe Flacco. I mean, there's so many of them. The cornerstones, the guys that you're going to watch for years and years, you're going to see them walk across the stage tonight. And it doesn't stop tonight, Ken. I mean, Justin Tucker, undrafted free agent, many Pro Bowlers, all pros coming from all different places in this draft. So it's just exciting to me. And I've gotten into it more and more as the years have gone on.
Yeah. It's Alec, you there? What's your thought about the draft? What makes you excited about it?
I'm here, but my camera disappeared. I don't know what happened.
Sorry to hear that. Well, join us as the voice of God then.
I'll fix it. The question is just my thoughts on the draft.
Yes. On why the draft is exciting to people.
Oh,
what does it mean to you?
I mean, it's exciting to me because this is how you build up the whole team, right? Like this is, to me, the key. And yeah, one second.
This is the way you get talent for under market value. It's the only way.
Yeah, Rachel's like, what was the hit? I'm like, I don't know. The camera's messed up. I'll figure it out in a second. But
no, we'll let you get to that, Alec. We want to talk trades with you, and to have you do that, I really want your camera going right.
Yeah.
But we're
Right.
kind of in the green room ourselves here, leading up to the draft in about, what are we talking about, 11 minutes? We're going to kick it off. Kirk
Hopefully.
Caldwell, Johnson or Davis? Where are you on that? Jermaine Johnson or Davis? I assume there is the choice. What's your call, Jason?
I mean, I'm going to go by my board here, especially on the first day. When we take a player at a certain position, you can look at my board and say, okay, that guy plays the same position. We'll probably drop him down a little bit. Not going to mess with the board too much, but for day one, for round one, especially this early, I have Jermaine Johnson at number 8 on my board and Jordan Davis at number 11.
Mm-hmm.
So close call, but I love Jermaine Johnson's versatility. I think a lot of people sleep on his athleticism, Kirk. Like, this guy can drop in coverage. This guy can play either spot on the edge. He can set the edge, probably the best edge setter in the draft. So, yes, Jermaine Johnson, number 8 in that dark green section, and Jordan Davis, number 11 at the very top of the light green. The light green is my predicted first round, who I would guess is going to go in the first round. No quarterbacks on that list. So going out on kind of a limb there, picking 25 of the players, of the 32 players without quarterbacks involved. So I hope the board is useful to you guys out there. I hope you enjoy it.
Is this board for the Ravens or how you think the first round will go, which is what I thought I just heard you say?
It's for the Ravens, but at some point I cut it off and just said, okay, these 25 here at the top are who I believe. It was kind of a way to make a tier as far as I expect these 25 to go in the first round.
Okay.
But, for argument's sake, if you want to take the first guy in the purple, Travis Jones, and you say he's more valuable to the Ravens than Linderbaum, I certainly will understand that. So there's some common sense involved, but figured adding the tiers in there would make it a little more interesting.
All right. Doug Bellin asks, is there any chance of getting Sauce 1 to 5%? I think something would have to happen tonight for Sauce to drop the Ravens, or the Ravens would have to make just a huge trade up. And, maybe Jason is correct and the Ravens could have moved to 6 somehow. It would really shock me if Sauce Gardner dropped to number 10 and the Ravens could get him there.
Agreed. I mean, Ken, he was one of those guys that was hard to place on my board because I believe Sauce Gardner is an outside corner. He could probably travel, but he's what you want in an outside corner. I believe he's just a great, great player. And, hey, look at these guys showing up together. But Sauce, I think Sauce is a lock for the top 5. I don't think it's a stretch for me saying that. I don't want to back off of that. I say Sauce Gardner goes in the top 5.
All right. I think that's probably a good chance. Gabe Ferguson and Jordan Co. of the Situation Room. How you doing, buddies?
Good. How's it going, Ken? Jason, good to see you. Alec, I hear you lurking out there.
Hey, everyone. Happy to be here. Looking forward to seeing how this all unfolds. Unfortunately, my NFL stream doesn't seem to be working, so I'm stuck on ESPN tonight. I'm a little upset about that.
Ooh. Okay, so we want to be careful. We are going to follow some protocols here. No tipping of picks. We're going to, as soon as the pick shows up on NFL Network, then we can talk about it. Please, if you're out there, I would ask you even in the comments section. Hey, how you doing, Coach? Not to tip picks early, even in the comments. It would just be appreciated if you did. And I know some people are not going to be able to contain themselves and whatnot, but we kind of want to all be surprised together. It's the fun of a watch party here.
Oh, you talking about with the picks?
Tip picking, yeah.
Because I'm definitely gonna be behind because I don't have cable. Mine's streaming, so I'm definitely gonna be behind.
All right.
But I know how to ignore my front too, though.
There you go. Head on a swivel, Coach. Head on a swivel.
Yeah, I just walked in the door.
Coach, what do you think about the first 13 picks ahead of the Ravens in terms of what surprises might occur? Anything?
Man, this thing is so wide open. Mm-hmm. This is the most wide open since I've been like focusing and paying attention. Really, this is the most wide open. Anything, one domino can start a multitude of things. So I really can't call it. I'll be surprised as long as they don't say Karlaftis or what's the other dude's name? Penny. I might be good.
Those are your two. Don't go. Okay, who's your I hope the Ravens don't take him at 14. Guy, we'll go around the table on this one.
Yeah, Penning's my main guy. I just if it comes down to Penning or a defensive player, as much as I want insurance at left tackle, I'd rather take the defensive player for both his ceiling and his floor. I believe that there are left tackles that could be had in round 2, round 3. We have a plethora of picks. If we were in a spot where we really needed to secure that spot, we could even trade back up later in the draft and get some of those guys that are in the orange with the second round grade on my draft board. So yes, Trevor Penning, I'm just not the biggest fan of him. And that's why he's towards the end of my predicted to go in the first round section.
How about you, Jordan?
Yeah, for me, it's Drake London. I don't think that in terms of receiver, I don't think he's going to add that much of an impact longer term. I think that you could look at it really narrow and short term and say the Ravens could use a really big X right now, and then that would be helpful. But I think that there are other receiver options later or that are going to be more available down the road, and I'm not sold on London's athleticism being enough to kind of take him to where he's going to need to go.
You say, Gabe?
For me, it's any linebacker, off-ball linebacker. I think we've already made that mistake a couple years back. I actually think the guys who are projected to go in the second and or third round may end up being better players than the guys who are projected in the first round of this draft anyway. So I'm okay with one, maybe 45 if it's the right guy. I would prefer waiting even longer. I think this is actually a pretty good linebacker draft in depth. There's no reason to take one that early. It's not a big need for the Ravens, and even if it was, you're not getting that return on value at that position. So that's what I'm hoping not to see.
That's a great point. All right, I'll jump in there. I'm going to be, first of all, an advocate for Trevor Penning in this. And most of what I've done, Trevor Penning's name seems to come up on every one of my top 10 shows. And things about how he's perceived and whatnot. I actually think he's better than I've portrayed him on those shows. As a pure left tackle, I think he can play the position some now. I think he certainly can play right tackle. He'd be unbelievably dominant with what the Ravens ask right tackles to do. It's all a matter of cutting back on those penalties. And a lot of the penalties are stupid personal fouls. He's had 5 of those last year alone. But he's got other penalties. He's had false start problems, which he's got to fix. He's got illegal man downfield. He had that occur. I want to say what the other penalties were. He's had holding calls, certainly. He's got things he needs to fix. But the biggest things are just staying focused, reducing those penalties, making a block in level 2 instead of beating the guy up who you just knocked over. Those kind of things are what I think is going to make Penning a better player. He gives every appearance from those penalties of being a bonehead, but I actually think from what I'm hearing about him actually working on his offensive line play, coming up to this draft, I think that's a positive for him as I would see it. And I hope I would not be completely off the rails if Penning was taken at number 14. He's not the guy I want. I prefer Jordan Davis. I prefer any of the big 8, big 9 even, the defenders and the offensive tackles. But I would be okay with Penning if it came to that.
Linderbaum, as Kirk brought up, that's another one. 14's too early. The Ravens don't pay centers. We don't draft centers early. Linderbaum is undersized, short-armed. Just there's other places to go, and I could see Linderbaum falling. A team that runs stretch zone, outside zone is going to love him. So I don't see him as a fit, the best fit, or the best value as well.
What do you guys think about Zach Tom as a mover to center, and how much less you get with him than Linderbaum? I look at the two of them and I say, Zach Tom has that kind of quickness that Linderbaum has, and I don't like him as a tackle at all. He's got his arms are too short. I think he really needs to move inside. But I like him as an offensive lineman in general. I think center was the natural position that he should end up at.
Yeah, I think Tom is kind of like a Patrick McCarry 2.0 almost in terms of the versatility he could provide. He played tackle in college, but like you said, the measurables aren't really there for the NFL. But he might be able to play that position in a pinch. He could probably move to guard. He can play center for you, I think. And he's a guy who's probably going to be there in the third round, I would say. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think I have like a late second round grade on him. But he's someone who's really interesting, very athletic. That's the kind of player that I think the Ravens should be targeting in this draft. The athletic offensive lineman with versatility and the skill set to kind of move around as needed.
We got another question on the board here. Maybe we go to this one. Some interest in trading Powers as part of a deal. It seems kind of optimistic. This is from Alan F., I think. I'm trying to find the origin of this question, but there's been several back and forth on this. But trading Powers as part of a package for something. I think it is possible Ben Powers could be traded tonight, or probably not tonight, but sometime during these 3 days. But he doesn't really, I think, have a lot of perceived value in the rest of the league. I mean, I think if we're talking equivalencies, what would you guys say? A 6 or 7?
Yes, with 1 year remaining on his contract, I would say maybe on draft day we could get a 5th for him. If it was a situation where other teams knew we were going to cut him, or else that would be a guy that may only net a 7th round pick, or we may have to cut. But with the need on draft day, I could see Powers being calculated in somewhere around a 5th round pick, and the numbers get kind of skinny out there. I mean, Alec has the chart, but whether you're talking about 25 points or 50 points or whatever it is, it just may be an extra. It's just going to be an extra kicker into the trade.
One thing I would say about player movement on draft day, it's actually pretty rare because oftentimes they have to go through like the passing a physical type situation. So generally it's just picks that are traded on the actual draft day. I mean, it might be something that could happen afterwards if there's, an opportunity to pick up like a pick in next year's draft. I think that's probably a more likely situation for Powers to be traded than on draft day.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think it's so many good guards in this draft class that he don't have much trade value, because there's so many good guards and so many guys that think they're tackles and are guards. So I don't think he has much draft value. I mean, much trade value as of today.
Exactly. If he played defense coach, maybe Wink would want him. Maybe Wink would say, "That's my guy. I want him." But Giro and company are still here, so yeah, I agree. I don't see much for Powers, but he's not a bad guy to hang on to and see how injuries play out during training camp. He's a guy that you may need, and some team may like him, but Powers has a style that's it's not like you're getting a physical freak that has all this upside. We've seen Powers play. He's a solid player, and that's I think who he is in the NFL. Ken, you've seen Powers a lot. What's your thoughts on just how another team would view him? Not the Ravens, but say another power team.
It's kind of hard to say. Teams that pull a lot, I think Ben Powers can give you some of that. I think some of that is the Ravens scheme. Frankly, some of it is the footwork at center the Ravens has been very good in recent years. If I've watched Mike Flynn play, he had a lot of problems with that, but other centers in recent years have been pretty good about not tripping up the guard as they're moving, staying out of the way. I think that, if you see Bradley Bozeman is able to pull from left guard, if you see James Hurst is able to pull from left guard and be somewhat effective, you're talking about guys who are not particularly athletic for the position. And the Ravens have done fine with that. It could be that Powers, might be seen as limited in that respect by another team, but there aren't too many teams that pull as much as Ravens either.
There's some other good questions on there. This one, I want to kick to Gabe because I know his thoughts on this a little bit. Hamilton is on the board at 14. This is from Matthew L. Do you take him despite it not being really a position of need?
For me, it's a home run draft pick to get a guy like Cal Hamilton at 14. He's a rare player that you don't normally pick at that point in the draft. To me, he's a top 5 player in this class. Position might drop him down value, but I think we're seeing safeties actually more and more valuable in the NFL these days. A lot of teams are asking their safeties to do a lot more than they used to. So I think that, yes, you absolutely can take him, even though it's not a need. Chuck Clark, I think, has 1 more year on his contract, so it could be a need if 2 more years.
Yes. He's cuttable. He's cuttable next year, but it's cheap, so he'll probably be here.
Yeah, but I think, you can do a lot of things with a guy like Hamilton. You can do a lot of,
right, 3
safety looks with the guys you have, and it gives you a lot of versatility. And I think he comes in and improves your defense right away.
I mean, it's not like the team has a bunch of great inside linebackers that he couldn't be taking one of those spots. And the thing that the comp to Derwin James is a good one, I think. And Derwin James made his mark as a rookie, all pro as a rookie, as a pass rusher, as much as anything. So, if Kyle Hamilton is going to be one of those guys who comes in and immediately plays as your second edge on one side, you really can derive value from that, even though he's not the coverage asset maybe that obviously that Marcus Williams is, but even that Clark is playing D.
Yeah, it's all about talent, right? And it's easy to say, hey, it's easy to look at next year and say this is going to be a really good team. We've got a really good group of guys already that are here. But I mean, if you're looking beyond just the 2022 season, right? Like there's opportunity in bringing guys in that are game breaking talents, and that's what he showed up to be on film. And so we've seen safeties slide like this at all different kinds of times. And the Ravens are good at IDing these kind of guys too. So, if they take him, I'm going to be thrilled if he's there.
They passed on Derwin James because it wasn't a position of need, I think, the last time around. Jordan, would you see that as a possibility?
Yeah, I think a lot of us were pretty upset that they didn't take Tevin Jenkins the last time around. So hopefully they've learned their lesson there, right? Because, and even if you would argue that it wasn't a position of need at the time, it became a position of need rather quickly.
Yes.
And like you said, Ken, at all the linebacker positions, even if Hamilton is, moving to the inside on those passing downs and Queen becomes that edge guy, I think that's something he's very capable of. And I like him as a pass rusher. So there's some versatility and some options for them to be able to do that. Again, talent is king here in the NFL. And you find ways to make guys be successful in what you're trying to do. And you take the best guys that you can out there.
And for me, when it comes to defensive backs, if you can cover, you can cover. And there will be plenty of people that Kyle Hamilton can cover. Tight ends, bigger targets. You should be all over them. You talked about linebackers. But Kyle Hamilton has that kind of just IQ. I mean, if you imagine if we had to miss Chuck Clark for any amount of time, are you really comfortable with Tony Jefferson and Tony Jefferson himself having to play multiple roles, and then maybe you have to move Stevens out of his projected cornerback spot? So, hey, you have a great DB, a safe pick, a high upside, a guy who may slide. If he's there at 14 and we take him, I would consider that a good pick. I'm maybe wouldn't be as excited as say Gabe is about it, but yeah, Hamilton at 14, sure, sign me up. That's fine. That'd be good for me.
By the way, I think what you just said there, if Clark actually missed time, I think the signal caller for the Ravens is pretty obvious. It's Geno Stone. That's who they gave it to last year. I think he'd be a second deep safety. I think he'd be the guy. But if they had Hamilton, it'd probably be Hamilton. No.
Right.
All right, Alex, looks like they're kicking off the draft here, Ken.
All righty.
Yep, underway.
Coach, how would Hamilton fit in right away? Everybody healthy.
With the Ravens, Hamilton
Yes.
with honestly, Chuck Clark would be out of there. Because I think that would be a 3 safety look in order to get all of them on the field. And I don't think, especially with just signing Williams, he would have to be out of there because we'll have corners that can, unless Williams can come down and play, not Williams, unless Williams can play some nickel corner, Chuck Clark may be out of there. And that would put Hamilton as our strong safety type dude, because I think even though he has great range, I think Marcus has better range than him and can play center field better than him and is more experienced than him. But it just putting him on the team would create a good problem, but I'd rather not create that problem unless we got a plan for it. Because that you got to come up with a very situational package plan if you have Hamilton, Chuck Clark, and Williams on the field.
They do only play about 15 or 20% base defense, a little more in this division now with the Browns having a dominant run game. So it could be that if you're playing that much nickel, dime, and quarter, we hope this year that they could find a way to get them on the field, particularly if they're going to use 3 safeties and a big nickel look, if they can find a way to do that. But yeah, I agree. It's tough. Hamilton probably has gotten as much discussion as we need to do here. Alec, I really want to turn to you if you're ready to go and talk about potential trades that might occur in the top 13 picks. Let's talk for starters there.
All right. Yeah, I can pull it up. Basically, what you're seeing is this whole chart I made last night of all the picks. I think 6 is about as early as one could possibly go realistically. And I mean, that's still a lot of picks. And this is kind of the outlook of what you might be looking at. A lot of times, if there's 2 fourths, you could give up one of your thirds. So that's, I guess, personal preference there. For instance, 100 and 100 is a third, but some of the other later picks, you could do just a third, or like the 76, for instance, instead of 100.
Okay, so let's take a look at one example here. So at number 10, you've got the New York Jets, and you've got 14 in exchange for. I'm sorry, help me out. 14 plus one of those 3.
Yeah, okay. 14, 100, 119, and 128, all for 10. That's equal JJ value.
How about 14 and 76? That gives 10 extra. Maybe you get back a 6.
Okay. 14, 10, and 76 would be
now giving 14 and 76.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Acquiring or sorry.
Okay, there you go.
And then bring back like 215 or something in the 6th round that would be get it to be approximately similar.
Yep. We could look at their picks.
Yeah, that might simplify it though, Alec, if we have the fewer numbers up there.
So this is a JJ value for all the Baltimore picks. You can see there.
Yeah, Baltimore's highlighted. All the rest. So the Jets have let's see, it looks like they don't have any 6th or 7th rounders. So it'd have to be a 5th.
Okay. Maybe that's the reason you didn't include it on your chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't really make sense. So the Ravens could lose the trade by 10 JJ points if they wanted to move up. And for the right player, maybe they would. Mm-hmm. Or I kind of like the idea of getting a pick back anyway, just to have the same number of picks.
If you want to equal it out, the way to do it would probably be to take 163 and give them the 196. That makes it a little bit closer for both sides.
But that's still 3 to make 2. So I'm trying to make it 2 to make 2.
Understood. Yeah. Gotcha.
All right. Jacksonville has 7:40 to go on the clock here where I'm looking. Once again, guys, we're not tipping picks tonight. I think we mentioned this about 10 minutes ago, but now that more people are on, we want to make sure folks know, please don't do it in the comments if you can help it. We want to be surprised too, and we kind of all want to be surprised at the same time. That's kind of the fun of this, and people get to see all our reactions and how we're all either thumbs up or palm facing, when the Ravens make a certain pick. The goal here, by the way, is completely Ravens-centric content. We are not interested in human interest stories of other teams' players. We are interested only in how other teams' picks affect the Ravens' chances. Runs on quarterbacks, runs on wide receivers in the first round in particular. Those are probably good things for the Ravens. We're going to be happy about those. Any of our top 8 or 9 or 10 players that we all seem to like going off the board is a bad thing, but we'll consider trades, lots of other things, but we're not tipping picks, and we're all Ravens-centric.
I see a comment from Logan about which teams in the top 13 are likely to take wide receivers. I think that's a very pertinent question because, that's one of the things I think the Ravens want to see is if we can get 2 wide receivers, maybe 3 wide receivers going in the first 13, that's a huge benefit for the Ravens. I'm thinking Atlanta is one of those teams. I mean, there's like almost no one on their roster right now at wide receiver who's like NFL actually starting talent. You could look at Washington, I think, as a team. What is their team name? Commanders. They are now. They're a team, I think, and then maybe Houston. They have 2 picks. They're picking right before the Ravens at 13. They don't really have much talent at wide receiver right now, so I think all 3 of those teams are ones to be looking at for that position in particular.
Jets as well, I'd say.
Yeah, Jets too.
Jets, and then I was surprised to see the Giants' name come out in some of these mock drafts. It's like, have they not learned their lesson? Have they not learned their lesson? They need line. They need to build the meat of their team, and yet we may see that. They have 2 picks. I imagine Wink is going to want a guy up there on his defense. And I would imagine that they would go offensive line with the other pick to help protect Daniel Jones, which would not be either one would not be good for the Ravens. So I'm hoping the Giants mess it up again and add another wide receiver to their room.
Newcomb Barbecue asked a question. Whose coverage are we watching? Everybody here is watching NFL Network, correct? That's what we should be watching here. I know, Coach,
Yes.
you may have a problem. You're watching ESPN. Somebody's watching ESPN.
ABC.
Yeah,
ABC.
I'm on.
Yeah, I watched
I'm on
ABC as well.
ABC/ESPN too, but I'm on delay as well, so I'm not going to be. I'll be behind everybody else.
So actually, Ken, when you said the timestamp a minute ago, I was in the same exact spot you were in.
Okay.
Okay, when you said how much time was on the clock,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. See, it's saying pick is in on my TV
Yeah, I
now.
just
on
got
everybody
that.
else.
Okay.
Okay.
So anybody else behind that?
Oh.
I'm behind that.
This is the first
Behind
year
that,
where I feel
okay.
like they need the clock, you know? Every year it's a quarterback. It's been predetermined. They already have a house and everything. You know what I mean?
This
I just think-
whole thing is like I was talking. You may have. I don't think you've gone here yet. This thing is wide open.
It is.
Wide. The domino effect is really a accurate play on this draft because it's so talent. It's so deep. It's so deep.
Coach, do you think that that'll make for a longer first round where people are really trying to extend the clock and look at all options in terms of trade? Or do you think that people still have their own boards and when they're happy, they're still going to pick just as quickly as they used to in past years?
I think it's because it's so deep, it'll be the latter. Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure most people's boards are full and your 1A may be, you know, if you're not in the top 5, your 1B may be just as good as whoever your 1A is, depending on positional needs. And I really, my personal opinion is the guys that were allowed the COVID year, that's why this draft is so deep.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of
those
big guys.
Mhm.
Yeah, big guys, nose tackles. Can't wait to draft one of those on day 4. I'd put money on that.
Day 4.
On day 4? So
Or round 4. Day 4 too. Day 4 too.
UDFA, yeah.
Yeah.
We saw this in the comments. Josina Anderson just tweeted that there's a 50-50 chance that the Ravens trade. There's no trade from her perspective. 60% up, 40% back, 60% back, 40% up. That's what she just said.
Okay, 50% that they trade it all, and
30-20, yeah, 30%
Okay.
chance they go back, 20% chance they go up.
Oh, you're dealing with math guys here on this one. So
I think just one, Ken.
Yeah.
Just one.
Yeah.
I mean, just the 50-50, if that's accurate, that's interesting. That means that they're really trying to move off that spot because it's like
I went old school on you guys. Can y'all see this? This is the paper.
Yeah, nice.
There we go.
It wasn't my ink. It was this work job ink.
Just see my notebook, Coach. Just see my notebook. Mercy.
All right, so the pick's in. It's being announced, and Trayvon Walker, as people have been suggesting for a few days, is the number 1 overall pick. A little bit of a surprise, guys, from I'd say 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
I almost feel bad for him. That's such big
Wow.
expectations, and it's going to be tough for him to fill them as a rookie. At least it's
Wow.
going to be. He's a
That
raw
is-
player.
They'll have to soothe that guilt with millions and millions of additional dollars.
I mean, he has potential to be great, but that's one of those positions that Ravens need. So and we knew that they were going to come off the board, but
Wow.
we'll see. We'll see how that goes. The rest of
I don't think that affects us because he really wasn't, I don't think he really was in any of our plans. My personal opinion is I really don't think this pick affects us in any kind of way.
And it wasn't going to drop to
Right.
the bottom, but it is the first of the edge dominoes to go. So I guess it could be bad. But everybody considered this an edge likely pick from Jacksonville, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Because
Yeah.
they signed Cam Thomas to the I guess a franchise tag or 1 year at least they have him. And then did they offer to extend him or was that late
They
news?
extended
Anybody
him.
know that? They
Yeah,
did
they
end
gave
up
him a-
extending him.
They gave him a 3-year, 50-some million extension.
54, I think. 54,
There you go.
64, yeah.
So I had him number 4 on my board. I did like Trayvon Walker. I did think that what he was asked to do at Georgia is different, kind of like what we saw with Wink. It's a team defense, more of a contain. Saw many people a lot smarter than me saying that that's why you saw Jermaine Johnson's numbers blow up at Florida State. And one of the reasons he wanted to go there is because he just wanted to go attack the quarterback, something that Trayvon Walker, again, from people that watch more of him than I had, said that wasn't exactly his job. So I like Trayvon Walker. I think he would have fit here anywhere in the line on different downs. Excellent player, but again, it's going to start that run of edge rushers. And there's 4 that most Ravens fans, and I guess most everybody here on the board are looking at and hoping that it'll be available to us.
Detroit has already made their pick.
Wow. I wonder who that is.
What's the odds it's a quarterback, guys?
Come on, Malik. Come on, Malik. I think it's probably Aiden Hutchinson, or it could be Thibodeau.
All right. Mark one of my many Georgia Bulldogs off.
And Detroit's one of those interesting teams because they have 2 picks. They're picking at 32 as well. So one of those trade back options that was on Alex's chart was that, they can offer 32 and 34 to move up to 14. And that actually makes sense from a JJ chart value. And it's something that, the Ravens might be considering because you still get that 5th year option. And then you get basically another very high level pick. It's something to keep your eye on.
All right, we're hoping for Hutchinson or versus Thibodeau here.
Definitely Hutchinson.
Yeah.
And I'm still holding out hope for a quarterback, although I don't think it's going to happen. That would just that would bring a smile to my face because it's going to make other teams nervous if it happens.
I'll do that.
I think they're going to go quarterback, but just not here, though. So it really won't affect us. I think that second pick is going to be quarterback.
I think given how quickly they picked, it's got to be Hutchinson. They were rumored to have wanted him. But, the proverbial, they're going to run up to the podium. Well, I guess someone finally did. Because you don't usually see a pick come in this fast.
If they pick him, that puts butts in seats, too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a financial gain for the Lions, too.
Yeah.
Hometown kid.
Aiden it is.
All right.
All right.
So no offensive lineman as of yet. And this next pick number 3 is total wild card, right? The Houston Texans.
Let's see.
With the quality of the board right now, so the Texans their needed edge is also enough that Thibodeau would make sense for them. So edge or offensive tackle or maybe Ahmad Gardner for this team.
Yeah, I was thinking corner too.
The Texans are so bad that they need help everywhere. They need help everywhere. They can almost put names on the wall and throw darts at them in, and it'll help their team.
So if you were building a team, if you had Houston, is a cornerback more appealing than a pass rusher or a tackle? How would you prioritize if you needed a lot of stuff?
I'm building, and I've learned this over the years, coaching young cats. If I got to build a team, I'm going to build from the inside out. So I'm going to start with offensive line or defensive line. Whether it be edge or the interior guys, if I'm starting a team from scratch, I'm going with the hog mollies up front.
So you take a left tackle here, Evan Neal or Aquano?
Yeah, I would. And that's if I'm going from scratch. But they have smoke bomb guy?
They have Tunsil still.
Yeah,
they were trying to trade him, I think, but we'll see how that goes.
So if they do take one of those left tackles, I'm sure they'll push him to right.
Yeah,
or unless they're going to trade. I can't remember his name.
Tunsil,
yeah. Just
yeah.
They could play a rookie at right tackle too. I mean, Aquanu, for instance, I feel like he could come in and be a dominant run blocker at right tackle. And he still has some.
He's so nasty in the run game.
He still has some there's a little questions I think about his pass protection for someone who's a projected top 5 tackle. And I think he would maybe do better starting at right tackle. So something to think about.
Yeah, it's the 3 main guys that everybody talk about. They're so different. Cross is the best pass blocker. Aquanu is the best run blocker, and Neal is like a combination of both.
And
a lot
Neal
of versatility.
Great versatility in there.
Well, it's interesting that Houston's got the 13th pick in this draft too, right? Because in the sense that somebody is going to fall, and if they think Hamilton's that guy, do they go tackle here because they think they can get secondary help later? at a good bargain value, or do they think tackle is going to fall and they want to go corner here because they think, they're hearing something in that regard? I think there's some strategy for them to potentially play out here.
Yeah. Have you guys, in how many years you've been covering, had so many teams with 2 firsts in a draft?
No, it's never happened before. This is the record. 8.
8.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like they're all early too.
And I'm gonna go ahead and admit this. I was hating on Aiden Hutchinson. I was hating on him. But I didn't watch any Michigan games on TV during the season. But when I popped that on and decided to do my film study of him, that hate went out the window real quick.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad man.
He's very polished, extremely polished,
and that makes him a floor guy.
Yeah, that's right.
And he really just has that one issue with the arm length. That's the only thing that's kind of the thing that could hold him back as a pro. But aside from that, he's got pretty much everything you need.
Yeah, incredible 3-cone. It's just unbelievable for an edge rusher.
Ability to change direction. Yeah. That's key for a big guy.
Yeah, he's 6'7" too. It's not just like any edge rusher. It's a big, tall edge rusher. You can corner like that. It's rare.
Like a really top power forward kind of number.
That's right.
Looks like Houston's pick is in.
Okay. The upside's something I've been thinking about a lot lately when it comes to the Ravens in this draft, just because there does seem to me to be a stylistic change between how Mr. DaCosta, who Mr. DaCosta picked, what type of player compared to Ozzie, and just the high upside that Mr. DaCosta seems to prefer compared to Ozzie going with higher floor guys. And I mean, DaCosta's picked at the end of the draft like Ozzie did many years, and you take a speed receiver like Hollywood with a Liz Frank injury. You take an Adafio Way, who's really a high floor guy too, but has all the upside. So I wonder how that affects pick 14 for a guy, maybe DaCosta is willing to gamble even that high in the draft and take a guy like Penning.
Yeah, Jordan Davis really falls into that category too. He's not a high floor guy. He's a high ceiling guy more than a high floor guy. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, who do we got here? The Texan selection.
Give me a receiver. I'm going to keep calling out unusual stuff just to try to get the mojo flowing.
I'm going to bet on an offensive tackle here. It could be Gardner, but my bet's offensive tackle. Oh my God! Derek Stingley comes off the board.
Wow.
Coach, you gave me some love for Eric Stingley during this process. I want you to tell me what you think they got here. That's a big surprise.
Oh my goodness. Stingley. All right, I'm gonna give you 2 words, and this is gonna be a bold. These bold 2 words. Stingley Island.
Okay.
That's what I think they got. And this was my best case scenario. This guy.
Okay.
And even though he had, crappy past 2 years, but what he did as an 18-year-old still bodes well with me, especially after Jamar took that same year off. That he didn't take the year off, but he didn't play much. But Jamar took that same year off and did what he did to the NFL. That put more confidence into me that he can still do the stuff that he did in 2019.
And see,
he was on a team full of dudes, and he was one of the dudes as an 18-year-old.
Coach and I talked about this on the channel too. It's just unheard of for Stingley to do what he did as an 18, 19-year-old down the stretch. But I'm kind of relieved in a way because 2 years of not living up to what people expect from you is the kind of pick that would make me nervous. I would have been excited to have Stingley. I thought it would have been a very good pick for the Ravens, but at the same time, it kind of calms my nerves down that he's off the board before Sauce Gardner, who all of a sudden, let's see where he lands.
Well,
do
maybe.
You think Sauce is better than Stingley?
He was last year.
Shit, I was better than him last year.
The funny thing about Stingley is even as a freshman, it was a fantastic season. So don't let me put it down anyway. But he allowed 6.6 yards per target, which is not at the very top of NFL ready cornerbacks. Now he's 18. He had a bunch of interceptions. That doesn't figure into that yards per target number. So I like that. But he actually improved over the last 2 years in terms of yards per target allowed down to 6.0, which is good. But if you want the guys who are really productive, go to Trent McDuffie, 3.1 yards per target, or go to Gardner, who allowed an opposing pass rating of something 32 and change. It was less than an incomplete every pass attempt.
I will say, to be devil's advocate about Gardner, he did not have to go against the type of guys that Stingley did.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Even though that stat with him not giving up touchdowns is amazing. I'm not trying to take that from him, but the AAC receivers are not the SEC receivers.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but also, I mean, I would just retort that when you saw him across from Jameson Williams in the semifinals this year, he pretty much handled Jameson Williams. Like that's a top 10 wide receiver in this class, and he was sticky on him the entire game. That's
Agreed.
He's I think Sauce is also really. I mean, these two guys were neck and neck in my opinion. Sauce has a little bit of that length, that press ability. He has great recovery speed. Stingley's just a playmaker though. He has that that extra juice with him. He's kind of like that Marcus Peters, but more athletic. Maybe
Right.
He just has a little bit more upside, but he can make plays on the ball. That's for sure.
Yeah, when I did my film study on Sauce, I did all the tape study or whatever, and I for some strange reason I didn't look his measurables up before I started watching tape on him, mainly because a lot of people was calling for him. I didn't realize how tall he was till I was doing the thumbnail after my video. So his stock in my mind even went higher when I realized he was 6'3".
Yeah, he has small corner movements, so he can play tall or he can play small, and that's part of the reason I think he's a great prospect. I love Sauce Gardner in this draft. So this is the Jets coming up with one of two picks, Gabe.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Wide receiver.
I think they'll go Sauce. I think they'll go Sauce, honestly. I think they need a cornerback. I think he's the best player available. I mean, actually, Thibodeau could go here too. Those two are the best two players available. So we'll see. We'll see.
You're leaving all three offensive tackles.
Yeah, they like a tackle. I agree, Ken.
I think they have, they have some issues with Becton potentially, but they can probably get a tackle at 10 still. You're not going to get
but if they like one of them a lot, then this is the spot.
True.
But it's interesting with these teams that have these two picks to be able, there's a little gamemanship there, I think, around some of that.
The Jets in particular, they have a complex decision to make because the 4 and 10 guy could be a guy that they don't like at either position.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well, so far, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you want the corner, you're going to have to go get him right now.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, that could push these tackles down into our range, and that's kind of an exciting thought.
Any chance this pushes up McDuffie if Gardner is taken here? That McDuffie's off the board by the time the Ravens pick.
He could go to Vikings easily.
Yeah, that would be a good system fit as well.
I actually really like him. I think he could slide right into the slot for the Ravens.
McDuffie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him too.
He's much twitchier than his measurables, which aren't particularly good. They don't have a measurable for reaction time to the receiver opposite you, which is what you really need, or diagnosis of the play at safety, but it looks very
really
good.
helps with his tackling too.
Yeah.
I mean, he is reading the play. I've saw plays with McDuffie coming off of his man and making a play on the ball on somebody else's man. And I think that if McDuffie had a 6 in front of his height instead of a 5'11", that people would view him subconsciously just a little bit different. And Ken point out he's got shorter arms as well.
Men out there everywhere are applauding you, Jason, supporting that 5'11" guy that's not quite 6 foot tall.
That's right, man. That's right. Yes, at this point, I feel like I don't want to see a tackle taken because
I wasn't gonna say it.
I mean,
I really
geez.
wasn't gonna say it.
The guy I want taken here is Hamilton because the Jets are one of the teams that could really use him.
Please.
I feel like they wait till 10 if they were going to target him though. And
That sounds right to me.
If Gardner comes off the board here, then the Giants, I think, definitely take the tackle they like. I think that there's a chance that if the Jets take a tackle and that's the one the Giants wanted, they might not take a tackle.
Ahmad Gardner is off the board at number 4 to the Jets. 2 corners, 2 edges so far.
Oh my God.
I'm not surprised by Gardner at 4. I'm a little bit
my
surprised
God.
that 2 corners are gone already. Now let's get that quarterback taken. The number 6 pick is critical. So I think we're in agreement. A tackle probably is the next selection, right?
Or wide receiver.
This is great. This is everyone.
I mean, Ken, honestly, I would not rule out Kayvon Thibodeau right here just because of his sheer talent. I mean, he is a very talented guy, and he's a tough guy to pass on. It's going to be hard to get
the wrong way.
Wouldn't they wait
Sauce.
2 picks?
What's that?
I think there's a very little chance that Carolina would take Thibodeau. So I think it's almost unequivocal that this pick won't be Thibodeau. That would be the bet I would make.
Because they pick again in 2 picks.
In 2 picks, yeah.
You know
Gotcha.
what? I just thought about
Just wait for the Ravens to trade up to 6 and then get Thibodeau. Though.
I would not be upset with that.
This is a wink pick coming up.
I think Wink gets this
Oh,
guy
you think?
first, huh?
I think this is
Yeah.
a wink pick. I do.
Wink would love Thibodeau too because he could drop in the coverage coach. He can move to either side. Got to see him do a lot of everything at a high level.
Thibodeau has hips like a DB.
Really low shoulder on the edge. Great bend. Gets into that neck hold of the offensive tackle way more often than a guy his size should have. Looks like James Harrison. The way he gets a clothesline by that offensive tackle. It's going to draw a lot of holding penalties in the NFL.
That's a great comp right there.
And the way he gets off the snap, though, man, that's something. Man, it's just blessed with it. And I don't know if that's film study or just timing or quickness or a combination of all of it, but it's pretty rare the way he's able to get off the ball.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
Yeah, you see all those mocks, Coach, where they had tackle after tackle going in those first 5-6 picks, and
tackle edge, tackle edge, tackle edge.
Right.
This is
Yeah,
crazy. But I love
think that 5th pick will be a tackle, though. Right?
All right, it could be a wide receiver. Please be a wide receiver. Go Drake London. Go ahead.
Yeah, they need him.
Go Drake London.
We really want number 6 to be a quarterback. That would be a kind of the ideal situation.
That
for
Carolina at 6, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Carolina if that happens.
I'll get over. I'll go through the 5 stages very quickly for Carolina.
Dare I say a basketball town anyway, college football town. I say have a friend that moved down there, so it's all college football.
In Charlotte?
In Charlotte, yeah. It makes you think if you're the owner of that team, maybe having a good quarterback might affect your pockets a little bit more than, say, a team that sells out all the time. So keeping that hope alive.
They took Cam Newton ahead of Von Miller in that 2011 draft, right? 1 and 2.
It's true. It worked out pretty well for them. Maybe not the best long term, but short term, they got some positive
short term
return from that.
Cam took them to the Super Bowl.
Yep,
Really,
That's right.
it's all about what you get on the first contract. I see a lot of these career value over expectation and other systems like that are looking at career value. It doesn't matter. The team that drafts, all that really matters is the first contract, because you're going to have to pay for that second contract.
Yep.
You have to pay market value for that player.
That first contract, getting the most out of your people with that first contract, and maybe adding a piece that on a second or third contract. But you win those games with them first contract guys, especially if that first contract is a quarterback.
Yep, absolutely. Love to put yourself in a position to have the kind of heartbreak the Ravens have had over the years in terms of losing players, but at least then you're in a position to make choices about which players you're going to keep and lose after that first contract, and you get comp picks sometimes too. So
I feel like a trade up for the Ravens is getting more and more realistic, though, because when I'm looking at the board, Aquanu's still there, Neal's still there, Cross is still there, Thibodeau's still there, Jermaine Johnson's still there. So those are 5 guys at positions of need, matching up with talent and need.
You just named 5 guys, and I'm trying to count down to when is the last of those guaranteed to be available, and we're getting pretty close to number 10 right
That's
now.
right.
Yeah,
That's right.
my personal opinion is the only one I trade up for is Thibodeau. That's my 2 cents on it. Out of all those guys you named, because I think he's the one generational guy. Not generational. That term's thrown around too much. The one twitchy special guy that can do multiple things. The most versatile guy out there, other than Dax Hill, but we ain't talking about him yet.
See, Coach, but from my perspective, if you can get a Naquanu or a Neal or a Cross instead of somebody in that light green area on my board, that's a big jump. So if all we have to do is give up, I say all, but if we have to give up, according to Alex chart, a 3rd round pick to get a difference in that type of talent level at a position of need, I would eat that up and take a left tackle for the next 5 years or right tackle.
Yeah. So give up a first and then and a third. And we
number 76 gets you to 10.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Giants pick is in here, about to be made. Who is this guy on the stage with him?
I
don't have the sound on.
It's Make-A-Wish.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks for telling me that, because I was about to say something. Enjoy your moment.
It's a good thing.
Enjoy your moment, Sam. Enjoy your moment, buddy.
I hear somebody's. Is it mine?
Mine is on mute. But
yeah,
we probably do want to turn that off if we can.
Well, Coach.
Oh, somebody got mad. One of their fans got mad. One of their fans got mad, but I told you it was a Wink pick.
Coach, I was gonna give you credit there, man. You said Wink was gonna get his guy first, and
that's a little bit of a danger sign for the Ravens now. Jermaine Johnson, the only edge left in the top 4. I don't think the Ravens are going to get him at this point. I think the chance of him being drafted in the next 8 picks is too high. That's a shame. That's the Ravens' single biggest need is not going to be addressed with their first pick.
I think, it's definitely not ideal. You'd like to be able to get that perfect, need value alignment, but this is a deep class of edge players. We talked about them in your podcast, Ken. There's a good 12, 15 guys who can come in and I think be productive for you. So it doesn't have to be a 1st round pick. They can get them in the 2nd round. They might be able to trade back and get some value too, or even trade up in the 2nd round and get someone that they really like. So it's not end of the book here yet.
Great point, Gabe. I had a 2nd round grade on all 10 guys who are in my top 10. 5 1s and 5 2s, with Karlaftis being the last one in the group.
It's a really talented top. I would say even top 11, 12 guys that you would consider in the first 50 picks of this class.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Giants must have been pretty worried that Carolina was going to trade this pick back and someone was going to trade up for Thibodeau. I think that's why they went this direction.
Thibodeau geeked, boy. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yes. High energy.
He's going to be good.
Thibodeau's gonna be good. He's going to be good for Wink.
He was my number 1 player in this draft class. So getting him at 5, that's good value for them.
Wonder if he's going to be complaining in 6 years that Wink didn't let him rush enough, and it's tough on the system.
On his brand.
But the thing is, with Thibodeau, in my opinion, is he's a guy that can do what Wink wants effectively. Like with that drop stuff, I think Wink used to try to make people drop that weren't really droppers.
That's
Thibodeau
right.
can drop. And that's why
still don't help his sack numbers, though. Sometimes they like them sack numbers, Coach.
Yeah, but he's gonna end up getting interception numbers to add in with them sacks.
Really, isn't that the big rumor on Thibodeau, that he cares about his numbers a lot and his image, and he wants to eventually get to broadcasting, and he's already talking about it as a player, and teams didn't like that.
Hey, I mean, he got to protect his brand. He's in every interview, he sounds like, and I can't hear the one he has now, but he sounds like one of the most mature. Like, I have a plan for my life, and I'm trying to, do everything right to get to that plan. And I don't see nothing wrong with that. I mean, some people may see it as his first thing is not football, but I mean, football is going to give him 10 years, maybe 15. He got the rest of his life to look forward to. And he's trying to set himself up for the, I have no problems with that.
Me either.
Even if you did, you have to get used to it because.
Coach, you've seen a lot of young players. Don't you also find the guys who are intelligent and mature, they have a plan, they're more likely to address their football needs than a guy who claims to be all ball, but he's really a lot of other things. The guy who can express his plan, I trust him to be a football learner.
Yes, to handle his business, to go in and learn the system and do what the coaches need him to do. I do. Because he knows if he's looking for his brand is only going to grow if he's on the field making plays. And so he knows he got to get out there and make plays. So he's going to do what it takes to get out there and make plays so he can keep that brand going.
I'm sorry, I cut somebody off. Jordan, was that you?
Yeah, no, I was going to say it seemed, I can see where a GM would deviate from what you guys are saying here, which is that, at some point, if I have to choose between a guy that is putting football first versus putting himself first, I'm going to choose the guy that is at least saying he's putting football first because, I'm not saying that that's necessarily where I am on it. And I'm not saying he's wrong for wanting to promote himself. But if we've seen guys retire early now. Like you look at Ali Marpet, who just retired. If this is a guy that has 6 great years and then he's done and you don't get that second contract and that's what you're looking at, oh, we've got this pass rusher for the next 10 or 15 years. That might scare somebody off.
Yeah, Urschel would fall in that category as an ex-Raven, a guy who retired young and was still on his rookie deal.
So what are the chances here Carolina and their owner maybe, possibly, allegedly gets his way and gets a number 1 draft pick at quarterback? Maybe the coach, Matt Rule, wants to save his hide and gets a quarterback. Or what are the odds that they fill their need with the best left tackle that they have on their board here?
They have they have Cam and who else at quarterback?
Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold.
I think they try to help Sam. Because he should be close to his contract being up.
He is last year.
Oh yeah, I think they try to help. I think they try to help him and see what they can get out of him. And if he doesn't help, then the O-line will be there for the next guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Carolina does not have a pick until round 4 at this point.
After this, wow.
Yeah, 137 is their next pick.
Oh, that's
awesome.
awesome.
I'm a little surprised they didn't trade back here.
That is awesome. My homeboy is actually on with Colin Cowherd right now. That's awesome. I love it. Love it.
Who's that, Coach?
Botch. He took me to this place in Houston, and I don't even eat turkey legs, but I'm a turkey leg fanatic after that.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with a turkey leg, man.
I had shrimp parmesan turkey leg. That thing was awesome.
So we got Jason. You think they're going wide receiver here?
Well, pick is in, so pick is in. That kind of crushes the trade back hopes for their fans. They're taking somebody, and if they take the number 1 tackle on their board, I mean, you can't blame them for that. That's a great move. They probably weren't expecting him to be there at this point.
Who was you guys' number 1 tackle before they announced his pick? Who you guys think the best tackle is?
I have Icky as number 1.
Also, but that's for the Ravens because of the I think the positional versatility he gives. Mm-hmm. I could see Cross as a pass blocker is very exciting, so I'd be happy to get him. But
yeah, I think the best one is Neal for just in general, not necessarily Ravens specific. I think Neal is the best one. Well, I think he's the most NFL ready. But I think the other two guys have higher ceilings. But I think he's the most guy that you can put in right now at left or right and probably get some quality play out of it.
Let's assume the Ravens get one of the 3 tackles at 14 here. Do you have any problems, Coach, or any of the rest of you, in terms of sitting Morgan Moses and putting him in bubble wrap, or do you try and play our new guy at guard, especially considering the versatility of 2 of the 3 guys?
I have no problem with that.
I put him in guard. I play the rookie at guard.
Okay, I absolutely, without question, I immediately sit Morgan Moses and say,
Really?
if we need him, we need him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I kind of like that too, just to protect yourself at left tackle. I mean, even if Juwan James was healthy, you want somebody that could play left tackle. And I mean, if you probably don't want to move the rookie around. So we have a pick.
Yep, selection is in, and it is Equano.
Not bad. Not bad. That put butts in seat too.
He's a North Carolina guy, right?
Mm-hmm. NC State.
Yeah, so Ken, getting back to your point, I think that Morgan Moses is a better right tackle than anybody the Ravens have at left guard. So that's why I would play, the rookie at left guard, because you're getting better at one position more so than if you're playing him at right tackle. I know it's maybe not the best developmental route, but I think you're improving the line more that way.
I'm bothered by not giving Cleveland a chance in year 2. I think he had a great game the last game of the year. I really want to see him build on that. And he's my guy at this point. I'm not interested in going back to Powers, because I don't think the Ravens get any of the future benefit of it. Yeah. Not because I think he's a bad player. I think he's been okay for the Ravens. But I would bubble wrap Moses. I would have him be ready.
Yeah, I wouldn't put the rookie at guard, because you want that continuity with all 5 people. And so if he's going to be your right tackle, put him in the fire. Mm-hmm. And by week 8, week 9, week 10, he's not a rookie anymore.
Ravens don't have a good record of that. They stuck OBJ on the sidelines for 7-8 weeks before they put him in at right tackle, because they had to give it to Hurst, rather.
James Hurst.
Right. James Hurst, by the way, number 1 on the New Orleans Saints depth chart at left tackle, with Ron Armstead leaving.
So we know what they did.
Yeah, well, hey, Coach, that was one of the teams that I was looking for a trade back if the cupboard's bare by the time we pick. Trade back to pick, what is it, Alec? 18, 19, where the Saints picking? They have 2 picks, so
16, 18.
16 and 18, so you go back 2 spots and pick up something.
What if there is a tackle left? What if Cross is left? It'd be perfect at left tackle for them. What would the Ravens be able to get from the Saints for that? I'm looking for an over on the JJ value number if that happens.
I tell them, give me both of them picks.
That's right.
You can start there, but I'm not going to finish there.
Drive a hard bargain, Coach. That's right.
Hey, that's a starting point.
Yeah.
That's a starting point. You want 14? Give me both your first. And the negotiations start.
Okay, we got a lot of questions out here, I'm guessing. Let's just try and address some of them. Okay, going to rule down here a little bit. Sean Asher says 32 and 34 to be incredible. I agree. For number 14, that'd be terrific.
Like how Icky puts butts on the ground, not in the seat. He puts butts on the ground. I like that. Way to go, Ty.
Somebody has requested that you talk, Alec.
He's still excited.
The Giants pick is in. Akeem has great feet too.
Yep.
He has great feet. I think he fits any run system, whether it be gap or zone.
Agreed.
We need somebody to take Hamilton.
Yes.
Hey, Trey, Sarah Ellison, you're asking about her. She had a child commitment. She will be here tonight. She thought she'd be joining us around pick 10, but before the Ravens pick, she should be here. So we'll be excited to have her. She brings a whole nother level of passion.
Mm-hmm. Her energy is through the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sarah doesn't do anything to calm my nerves. She definitely gets me more worked up. Usually Alec is the guy I call when I'm feeling a little hyped up. Alec can bring me down a little bit. But yeah, Sarah has that effect on me, man. She starts going and I start going. I feed off of her energy. So I can't wait to see her. It's been a long time.
I'm really curious about this next pick. I'm assuming a
too.
tackle, but I guess we'll see.
Andrew McFarland agreeing with you. Come on, wide receiver run.
Let's go. Yeah.
You see this
Wide
Ken?
receiver.
I have not seen the pick yet. Hold up.
It's not. I thought we were equal.
The pick is in. Number 7 is in, but it's not been announced yet.
So could Wink
Well,
Wink going to get his
what
guy
was that
again,
graphic
Coach?
They just showed me then. They just showed a graphic that I don't know what's going on right here.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
they
all
weren't
right.
supposed to show that.
That's all right. We'll just act like it didn't happen. Let's wait till it comes back up. Yeah, Wink, we'll see how much influence he has. Maybe he can talk his way into Hamilton, Ken. Maybe he needs that versatile chess piece that he loves.
And not this time. Evan Neal goes to the Giants at number 7. That's 2 tackles off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Cross is
The
left.
last one, yeah.
We got Jermaine Johnson left.
The Giants got Thibodeau and Neal. That's 2 corners. Like, remember we was talking about building the team?
Yeah,
That's
there you
why I
go.
would build.
Seahawks.
Giants got good value in those 2 picks, I think.
Yeah,
we knew there
I
was a
agree.
risk. We knew there was a risk that we weren't going to get any of the top 8 or 9 guys to fall to 14. And unfortunately, that's the way it's working out right now.
They're not even falling at all. Just going,
Yeah.
each one.
No one's falling.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
need
just to
receivers
paint,
we need receivers to start going.
just to paint a picture of how bad it is. That's 7 picks and 6 of the top guys that I had on my board. All guys in the dark green.
Mhm.
So really, when you're looking at the perfect mesh of fit and value, for me, it's just Charles Cross and Jermaine Johnson left at this point. So no better time than now for that run on receivers. Hopefully it happens.
If you get a receiver taken at number 8 and one of the 2 guys taken at 9, do you move up to 10 to take the remaining one, whether it be Cross or Johnson?
I
Trade
would
number
be
76.
I would be looking at Alex's chart and going to Alex as soon as Cross or Johnson comes off the board. I feel like if I
we
could
can pull it
land
up now if we want. I do think this is an interesting spot though, because I think that another team might think Atlanta wants a wide receiver here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they could want to get up there and make their pick.
Especially after losing Julio and the other guy getting in trouble.
Yeah,
So
really.
you're right.
But yeah, Ken, to answer your question, I would wait till we had 1 left and then see if I can make a move. Like I would be equally happy with Cross or Johnson on this team. So I would try to exercise patience for now and just try to see if either one of those guys drops.
That's where I am as well. You'd have to trade an extra high 4th round pick, I believe, to get to number 9 as opposed to number 10.
Yeah, I have a guy in mind
Yeah.
that I want since my guy's gone. But I'm not gonna say it. I'll just eat it and see what happens in about an hour or so.
You don't want to jinx it.
Right. This little thing right here sold me on Evan Neal. The split jump.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Him jumping up and doing the splits and catching himself.
So we have the question of do we think that Seattle's going to take the first QB? I'm going to think no.
What number is Seattle?
9.
9.
I think they're going to trade back now.
That might be, if they trade back, that could be a reasonable fit for the Ravens if one of our 2 guys comes off at number 8 here.
I feel like Seattle also needs offensive tackle and edge players. So if they have one of those top guys that's still available for them, it's hard to them not to take it unless they really want a quarterback in this first round.
And if they want a quarterback, trading back to 14 probably gets them their choice of Malik or Pickett. And that would be additional value picked up. That's be not insignificant, $250 roughly. And put that a third and a 4th round pick they'd get in exchange for doing that.
I think Sean brings up a good point that if Seattle trades back, that it also could start up a wide receiver run.
I agree.
That's all we want at this point is the wide receiver run. That's the only thing that'll save us.
Quarterback run too.
Yeah, that too. I just don't believe that's going to actually happen. So I don't talk
The
about it.
quarterbacks in this draft are I'm trying to find a good word.
Special.
Average at best. Average at best.
Yeah.
Average at best.
Does the fact that Willis seems to be different from the remainder of the consensus top 5 make you think that he might draw a premium in this draft?
I do, especially with the way agility is on the quarterback position now with Mahomes and Lamar and Josh Allen. I do.
And I think what separates him from a guy like Sam Howell is the arm strength. I mean, Sam Howell can move, Corral can move. They all can move now. I mean, it's kind of a prerequisite. It's not something that they overlook. Quarterback mobility getting more and more necessary as teams see that. It's something quarterbacks are conscious of. You don't want a statue back there taking punishment, but I'm with you, Coach. It's a combination of Malik's mobility and his arm. I mean, he's got a cannon. So if I was going to take a shot with one guy in this draft, it would be him just for the upside. If you're going to crash and burn, you might as well crash and burn with somebody that can be a top whatever quarterback in this league.
Yep.
Here it comes.
Come on, Garrett Wilson. Come on, Drake London.
There it is.
You know I like Drake London. See, I'm against Jordan on that one, Coach. I'm a Drake London fan. And there you go. And
Drake London.
Safe to announce it? Yeah. Drake London, different.
Receivers.
Now we're talking. Let's go.
Let's go. Run.
Go, Ken. Ken, get out of here. Ken,
Excited.
Get out of here, man. Take your headsets back off.
You're done. Ken's off his own show.
Ken,
Don't worry.
you're done, bro. Yeah.
Believe me, that's just one trip to the bathroom. At my age, there will be plenty of those in these 4 hours.
No water bottle underneath. No water bottle
this is
underneath the
excellent.
desk. There we go.
I mean, we thought they were going. This is, I mean, all things considered, there's not really, other than Stingley going a little earlier than we thought. This is still all what we expected to happen before the Ravens pick.
Hand sauce. I didn't think he was going to go that high.
But but by now we thought he would have been gone.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
So Stingley would be the one guy that was kind of still lingering that moved up a little bit. But everybody else is, Cross was a guy that we heard might fall. Other than that, it's played out. I think right about the way we'd see it, or thought we'd see it.
With Seattle's issues and probably one of the reasons Russ wanted out, I wouldn't be surprised to see Cross right here.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Part of
Jonathan.
Russ's complaining is O-line. Them not drafting O-linemen.
Yeah, and they don't have that to fall back on anymore. Russ's mobility and able to recognize it and handle that. But yeah, Russ was really never protected. If I'm remembering right, and the offensive line was really never a strength of the Seahawks. They did protect him with the running game, but pass protection.
The running game really hadn't been much since Marshawn left.
Yep.
And then again, even with that, Marshawn was just making people miss and shaking off blockers because he was getting hit a lot in the backfield.
Yeah, they were just committed to running, is what I'm saying, Coach.
Yeah.
They leaned on their running game for better or worse. But
as
yeah,
Russ developed as a passer,
that's right. The whole let Russ cook that didn't come from nowhere. It's because they ran the damn ball all the time.
True. Because they definitely weren't saying that at first.
You got Willis, Wilson, big arm, athleticism, match made in heaven. Come on.
All right.
We'll see what happens, though.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. The Seahawks are going to trade this pick to the Browns for Baker Mayfield.
Ooh.
That's
a bold prediction right now.
I don't think they can get that
who
much.
else? Baker Mayfield and Myles Garrett.
Oh,
That's right.
Might as well pile it on.
That's
and
what, yeah.
Chubb. And Nick Chubb. Get them all out of here.
Cream Hunt. They love running the ball. Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, and I know we're Ravens centric, and I'll talk about Cleveland for a second since they're in the district, well, in the division. Baker had to be their main issue. They had what they needed at pretty much every position. Not saying they had like the cream of the crop, but they had enough at every position to be competitive. On paper, they scared me. On paper, and Baker was the downfall. I wouldn't be surprised if he don't play in the NFL again.
Really? That would surprise
I
me.
wouldn't be. I wouldn't be surprised.
I think he'll get a chance with some bad team to try and resurrect his career, and it probably won't work. But
This attitude is going to be tough, though.
Yeah.
He's Johnny Manziel. He'll be throwing balls to T.O. in 2 years.
And once he moves out of Cleveland Stadium, where's he going to live?
Right. But Odell Beckham having success didn't help him.
No.
Did not help him.
what do you got for us, Alec? You're muted right now.
Oh, I was just taking a sip.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really curious. This is another one of those really interesting picks. So definitely keen to see who they pick.
We are at the spot where there's Cross has not been taken, right? But everybody else has been on the board. Oh no, there's still two left.
Cross and Jermaine Johnson.
Cross and Jermaine.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, if a team like Philly wanted to move up for, let's say, Jameson Williams, they could do that. This could be a spot that could happen because they could be worried about the Jets wanting to take him at 10. Or the Commanders taking him at 11. I mean, this is the prime spot for a wide receiver run, and for somebody to move way up to take another wide receiver that they really covet. And I see the Eagles and the Chiefs as two of those kind of potential teams. You could also Jordan Love could go to Seattle for this pick.
True.
Great question for Andy Brooks here.
Yeah.
So if Willis is on the board at 14, would the Ravens take a trade with Pittsburgh, drop to 20, and take the chance then on him being a Steeler for a long time?
No way.
I mean,
I'd allow it.
And my Troy stated the same thing a couple of times in the comments too. He would not do that. I'm less afraid. I think if a trade benefits you, you go ahead and do it. And to say, I have Lamar Jackson, you can have Malik Willis. Let's go to battle. Give me that extra whatever picks it is, and I'll make sure I'll get a guy that gets after Malik Willis with that pick. And
would you rather have the Detroit selections though at 32 and 34 if they were offering for it too?
Sure, but the question in a box: are you afraid to trade with Pittsburgh? No, and I don't think the Ravens would be either because they gave Orlando to Kansas City last year. So I can understand everybody viewing it different, but I don't look at that. If I can make a move to make me better, and I think I'm getting the better of the trade, sure. I mean, a quarterback are big unknown though. Maybe that has a lot to do with how the Ravens feel about Malik Willis. They think Malik Willis is not that good. Maybe they're not afraid to give him to Pittsburgh. They think Malik Willis is best thing since sliced bread. Maybe they won't want to make that pick. So
I don't think they would do it. I don't think that you would see a viable, meaningful trade asset in either direction getting traded between these two teams. It'd be one thing if it was like one pick up, but I think the Ravens would require a lot. So Pittsburgh would have to give up a lot. So it'd be the same argument in both directions, where Pittsburgh would, even if they didn't know who the other pick was going to be, they're like, we're not going to be the reason the Ravens make or break it either. Make that trade with and the Ravens are no threat to take Willis. I mean, offer the same thing to the next team. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Can I realize what that visual was I was talking about? What they're doing is like a team that has acquired a pick. They're showing how they acquired that pick.
Okay.
So that's what threw me off before that other one. I'm like, wait, that's a blockbuster, and they aren't saying anything about it. But now I realize they're showing how the teams acquired that pick.
Seattle's picks in here, guys. We are about to learn an important piece.
Okay, so no Cross, no Johnson. That's basically what we're down to here, and it's getting in nervous land. I'm sure there's a lot of Jordan Davis fans out there, that kind of thing. But for me, I'm looking at Cross and Jermaine Johnson and just hoping that an area and
Charles Cross goes off the
there
board.
He goes, man. So.
Jermaine Johnson is left. Obviously, Davis is left. The point I wanted to make while you were saying that is that it matters whether or not Charles Cross is taken to keep a player like Davis on the board at 14.
Rep Ohio State. Go ahead. Go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, the point is just that there's having a wide receiver taken as opposed to a defensive player would have made a big difference, or as opposed to Cross here would have been a big difference. Oh well.
All right. So you said we did it earlier. The idea of 14 and 76, Ravens lose that one by 10 points.
I'll take a 5th in next year's draft. I'll reset some value.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and 5th. I might even take a 6th in next year's draft. So you're trading up. You want to get the player you want, but we also need to reset value into next year. I think they'd be probably willing to do that.
Makes sense.
The last time Seattle took a Mississippi State player, he was there for a long time. It was KJ Wright.
KJ, okay. Shoot, he might still be there, coach, isn't he? Maybe.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Heck of a player.
No, I don't think he's there anymore. He was with somebody else. I can't remember who it is, but I don't think he's there anymore.
He has faced a lot of great pass rushers.
I feel like this is the first year we haven't seen a trade in the top 10.
That's a good point.
Or a crazy pick. I feel like the last few years someone's come off the board in the top 10. Everyone's like, whoa. And
right. The Raiders haven't drafted yet.
Yeah.
All the trades happened before the draft this year. So
What was all the talk today? This is the most unpredictable draft we've ever seen. Anything could happen. Only thing I know is I don't know anything. And then here we go. I mean, I've done this a long time, and my board is chalk as chalk could be. My buddy Dev Panchwa out there, who was like, "Oh, don't worry, we'll have somebody fall to 14." Debonair Dev, as I call him. This is what I'm talking about, Debonair Dev. The top 10 was pretty clear. Hamilton being the only wild card. Yeah, kind of tough. So it's going to, and the main question I think for the panel here is, what is Jermaine Johnson worth to you securing? Are you willing to give up a 3rd round pick to go get Jermaine Johnson? Or are you just saying, man, there's not much difference between Jermaine Johnson and whoever else I'm thinking of. Let's just wait it out.
I'm not trading up for him unless it's like a fourth round pick at best. Like if that does it, then I'm okay with it. But I think there's too many other edge defenders you can get in this one.
That won't
back.
Is there an edge defender you like, Gabe?
Yeah, there's a lot. Ebikadi's great. Drake Jackson's great. Josh Pascal's great. There's guys who can come in and be impactful right away. Nick Benito. Like there's a lot of guys who can come in and you have an impact for you. You can trade back 5 spots and maybe get George Karlaftis still. Like he's a good player too. Like there's no need to trade up for Johnson, in my opinion.
I was just trying to get you to say Ebikadi.
Well, I mean, you know how I love Ebikadi. I would take
exactly.
That's success.
We're getting closer and closer to the possibility of Kyle Hamilton being on the board at 14.
I'd also take Kyle Hamilton at 14.
Yeah. I would too.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking we don't trade up. If anything, we're trading back at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine by me. I think that what's going to happen, I don't know. Every mock, whenever I would look back, if I traded back, it'd been bad news.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that the wide receiver run will happen in real life. That will help us.
Hopefully right here.
Hopefully.
The Jets could go that direction.
For
they
sure.
haven't had the best luck with it, except for Elijah Moore being quite good. Got Corey Davis still. My darling Mims is nobody. So,
Mike in the comment section asks if Jordan Davis is realistic. I think he's totally realistic.
Yes.
I think that's definitely a good option at 14. I mean, there's some concerns with him, with his conditioning, with his pass rush upside, but he's a rare size athleticism combination who can, he's a nose tackle, but he can play 3-tack as well. I think you can put him next to Matabike and have a really, really impactful interior defensive front. And that's something that, the Ravens have always liked to have that impact player up the middle. And they need youth. They need youth at defensive tackle. I don't think there's any denying that.
I would like the pick for that reason, for the youth reason, but I also like it because I think Garrett Wilson goes at number 10. That's good.
Nice.
That's a wide receiver that going to have some impactful players at 14. But with Davis, in terms of how he'd help the Ravens pass rush, I think greatly under realized just what he could do. He doesn't even have to be there on third down. He has to push the pocket on first and second down to eat up double teams on first and second down. It creates all kinds of opportunities for schematic pass rushing by doing that. And you look at Pernell McPhee, he did that. You look at Haloti Ngata, he did that. Ask Mike Tomlin how he had to block the Ravens. He says you start with Ngata and you move out from there. And that was when they had Suggs. They had other people who could rush the quarterback, but he was most fearful of what Ngata could do if he wasn't blocked.
Yeah, and for me, for Davis, I'd spent a lot of time thinking about his value on third down, but I don't worry about as much of what he can do on third down as much as I would say, how many snaps is he playing? How many snaps is he playing? I don't worry about him being able to contribute on third down. I'm worried about how much he can contribute overall. So, that's my main concern with Jordan Davis, but you're going to get a force in there for however many snaps he can play when he's on the field for sure.
I think I've looked at this just recently, and I can't remember if it's 39 or 42% of the snaps that Ngata played as a rookie. So it's not unusual that a rookie for the Ravens, just doesn't play that many snaps at defensive tackle or nose. That'll go up. It did for everybody. I think Brandon Williams played a really small percentage of snaps, and he became a 50% snap guy pretty quickly after that. So I think the conditioning will come.
To answer Sean Asher here, it'd take 128, which is one of our fourth round. I think it's a middle fourth rounder. Yeah, it is, to go up and get 13.
One spot.
Yep. I mean, I would not be shocked if Houston wanted him, so I'd be open to giving up a fourth to going to get him. If you don't have maybe a call, because that's like what we don't know, is that they probably would have a call knowing that they could trade back by then. Or someone at least sniffing around for it. So I guess we'll see.
Yeah, and Houston has a lot of needs. So, of course they could use them, but they could use a lot of stuff. And if it takes getting the player that you want, I'm willing to give up a fourth round pick and recoup that later if necessary.
You get that nice live beer or soda sound.
Yeah, Gabe, mute that thing next time, man. Jeez,
Love that sound.
All right, here we go. Trade time, baby. You see that?
Wow.
New Orleans.
No, I don't
jumped
see a
up.
trade. I do not see a trade, but I'm looking at the
New
NFL
Orleans.
Network again.
It's in the. You don't see it in the.
Oh, there you
logo?
go. Okay,
Yeah,
no, I
okay.
see it now.
Cool.
I see New Orleans on the clock. Is that what you
Yeah,
guys
New
see?
Orleans on the clock.
I'm hoping this is
who was
Trevor
he then?
Penning. I'm
was the
hoping this
Commanders.
is
It could be
It was
Penning.
for a third, I'm sure. They
Right.
wanted a third round pick there because they lost it to get Wentz.
I'm feeling Trevor Penning with this pick by the Saints.
It's a
Yeah,
pretty
they
good bet.
need a tackle real bad. I mean, we talked about James Hurst already, right?
That's right. That's right.
You'd be making a lot of Ravens fans happy if it's Penning, Jason.
That's right. So yeah, and especially since New Orleans picks again, they can still get a receiver.
Yep.
Like Chris Olave, like Jamison Williams still on the board. Jahan Dotson, coach's guy Pickens still out there. So that's four right there that I have in a tier, above some of the other receivers. Christian Watson, also a guy Jordan loves. I was talking about him before you came on, Jordan, how you went to bat for Watson and his skills with the ball in his hand.
Yep. I think he could be really dynamic in a lot of different offenses.
Do you think they're thinking about a quarterback at New Orleans? I mean, maybe this is value for them at this point. You're getting somebody out of the top 10. They need a quarterback. Maybe
Could have been a competition
close.
with Pittsburgh to trade for this pick.
Maybe.
What would Pittsburgh have had to given up to move to 11, Alec?
I'm looking at it right now. For Pittsburgh, I'm not sure. What I just looked up, I think New Orleans probably gave up their 19th pick and their 49th pick to go up to 11. That's my hunch, but we don't know yet. That would result in a little bit of a surplus to Washington. So potentially there would be a little bit, maybe Washington give up a trade, probably have to give up a third rounder they don't have. So that's why I was like not quite sure what they would have done. Maybe they gave up their fourth. Then for the Steelers to get up to 11 would have been a delta of 400 points.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
They might not even have it.
They
Second, third.
would have had to get up their second, and then that's 380. So the second and like a 6 or fifth. Yeah, fifth, yeah.
So I'm seeing Albert Breer say that the Saints traded 16th pick, a third rounder, and a fourth rounder.
Okay.
That's got to be a quarterback, doesn't it? That can't be. They can't have done that for Penning. At least I don't believe that's got to be Malik Willis.
Yeah,
with Taysom Hill on the roster, I think Malik Willis would fit down there. They have Jameis Winston too, correct? But if you run Malik Willis and Taysom Hill, they can run the same type of stuff. Malik Willis has a much different arm than Taysom Hill, though. I mean,
quick point on this on the trade here.
So
that's
if you're
very
saying
significant JJ Wynn moving up.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say.
Here's the point for people who think flatter valuations are in vogue now, and everything's done by Rich Hill or by this ridiculous PFF Spielberger thing. That's an unfair way to put it, but I don't think they match up with trading at all. This was actually a win for the team trading down here, which indicates they really got full value here. But surprised if this is not Willis.
And there wasn't really a need fit for Washington here either. So I think not only fully loaded value can, but there wasn't just like a guy that it felt like, oh, this is going to make a difference for them.
Yeah, Kyle Hamilton's going to be on the board unless I just don't see him coming off before. I guess Houston could take him.
Yeah, Houston could take him.
Yeah. Somebody could trade up for him too, I guess.
Yeah, the Washington football fans, I guess Commander fans now are very excited about this trade. It's exactly what they wanted.
They should be.
The pick is in. Laissez le bon temps rouler.
So if this pick is a quarterback or Penning or just anybody else that we're not thinking of, that would leave the top three guys on my board we would be guaranteed theoretically to get would be Jermaine Johnson, Hamilton, and Jordan Davis. Everybody will have a different three, but that's the way I'm looking at it personally as far as who I like. So
I'm sorry, say that again, Jason. I was actually focused on two different things.
So if the Saints go, quarterback or whatever, that would leave Jermaine Johnson, Hamilton, Davis. We're three picks away. Those three guys are the top three on my board.
I like your picks, and I'd be fine with it. I'd also be fine with McDuffie. So I'd be fine if they traded down a couple of spots at least one time.
I think there's a good chance of a trade back, especially if McDuffie's still on the board.
And Booth, by the way. So it's and Daxton Hill. Yeah. So there's three guys that could play cornerback for you if you trade it back. Big pick here.
So, Gabe, you said it was a first, third, and a fourth?
Yes. It was 16, 98, and 120.
Gotcha. It's pretty good value.
How much of a win for the Commanders?
Not much. I think actually they lost technically in JJ points.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they lost, I think, by 50 points. Let me see. I'll pull it up.
Is Tony announcing a pick or he just up there filibustering?
Tony likes Tony.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good-looking cat.
Yeah, I'll give you that, definitely.
Come on, don't introduce somebody else to make this pick. Get it done here.
Hey, Saints could go wide receiver too, I guess. They don't really have anybody in that room, so.
And Mike been hurt for seems like forever. Mike Thomas.
That's right.
Now you passing to somebody else. Come on, man. It's Thursday. We got work tomorrow.
You got to teach a bunch of kids who don't want to listen to you already, Coach.
True. But half of them be gone tomorrow. Grad bash.
How's your teaching gig going, buddy?
Oh, by this time of the year, it's always laid back for me because I set the standard in August and September. I do not.
Yeah.
I'm the Grim Reaper in August and September.
That's the way you do it. You set the expectations early, and you get, it's better if you start off soft and you try to go rough. That don't work. You got to start off rough, and then
and ease off. As they do right, you ease off a little bit.
That's parenting advice too, there, Coach. That's life advice.
Yeah.
So it looks like they lost 88 points of JJ value. The Commanders did.
Okay.
The only way they really could have recouped it is if they did it with the second pick.
So nobody wants to trade back, man. So trading back, everybody knows it. It might be tougher for the Ravens to trade back. We might have to give up value if that continued then.
So I pretty much have to take back everything I said, too. Excellent.
Do you see
Wide
that?
receiver.
Can you believe it? They like Olave that much?
Wow.
And they didn't think he would fall?
They're giving Jameis somebody to throw to.
Wow.
That's.
They
I like Olave a
I'm
lot.
stunned.
I do like him too.
A lot to trade up for wide receiver.
I'm stunned. There's so
There you
many
go.
I was
of
going
them.
to draft him.
He's not even the best one on the board.
I guess he thought Houston would draft him.
Wow. The pick is in. Wow. No
Whoa,
hesitation.
that was quick. Vikings ran to the board.
Oh, hold up. No. Oh, boy.
Oh, they're trading.
It's a trade.
Yep, sure is a trade.
Oh, wait.
Detroit?
It disappeared.
Damn. That's a
I
trade
got
the
Detroit.
Ravens should have taken.
I say the pick is in, but then I got Detroit.
No, I think I don't know what that was. I don't
If
think
it's
they
Detroit, it could be Detroit moving up with 32
Yeah.
and 34. That sucks.
Yeah, that's
sucks for
I was gonna
us.
say, that's the pick I wanted or the trade the Ravens to make, but
All right.
Yeah, I got
You
Detroit.
called it. It is Lions. Let's
Mhm.
see what they're doing here.
It'll be 32 and 34, and maybe something kicked back the other way.
And who that was with? That was with the
Vikings.
Vikings.
That's an interdivisional trade. I mean, that's what we were talking about.
Yep.
That's the NFC North. As long as it works from a value perspective.
Quarterback.
Yeah, so I'm expecting that value, Gabe, to be even because you're not going to want to give that to your division rival either way.
It's not, though. It's 50 points. So let's see what else they might have given up. Looks like the Jets would have to come up with.
The Lions.
Or, sorry, yeah, the Lions.
Maybe like a fourth or fifth rounder.
They don't have a fifth rounder, do they?
They don't have a fourth, it looks like. Maybe they got rich and they traded their last third, which have been a little bit of an overpay. Or maybe they just gave up a pick from next year.
Yeah, that could be.
So
Maybe a third
when the
next year or
Lions,
something.
when they announced this Lions pick, I'm going to make a kitchen run. So
Sure.
if you see me missing, that's where I'll be.
You're going to beat me to it, Coach. I was next man up there.
Sure,
We
Coach. At
think-
your age, a kitchen run.
So we think this is a
While
quarterback,
passing
right?
the bathroom.
Yes, okay.
Yes. Hey, you got to multitask, Coach. This is a big day. You better get 2 or 3 things done at once.
So this we think is definitely Willis. If the
would-
trade,
I think
Oh,
so.
wow. Yeah, no, I just saw that they're giving up their 66 pick. That is really lopsided and suggests that it must be for a quarterback.
Wait, so they're giving up 32, 34, and 66?
And 66 for 12.
Incredible.
That's a crap ton of value.
Wow.
Wow.
Why couldn't that have lasted 2 more picks?
Yeah,
Why couldn't they have
why?
waited 2 more picks?
Yes, the Lions.
Yeah,
won
the
Lions.
Can you
Ravens
imagine that?
well, the Steelers aren't getting him now. That's something.
Sure.
If we had done that, we would have had 1 pick today, right? And 3, 4, 5, 6 tomorrow. Before they
Yeah, it
run
would have
the
been
fourth
crazy.
round.
Well, I mean, good news is the Ravens are guaranteed one of Jordan Davis, Kyle Hamilton, or Jermaine Johnson, most likely,
Right.
right?
Yeah. We got a question. Who do you want? Hamilton, Johnson, other?
I'll
Are
go
you asking
Johnson.
that?
I'll go
But-
Johnson.
I would go Johnson as well. I would trade back
I go
if,
Davis.
if there's an opportunity.
Davis,
And now the Eagles
Davis over
jumped down.
Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
How far are you willing to trade back, Jordan? I don't want. I'm with those 3 guys on the board. I don't want to trade back 6 picks, but I might trade back 3 picks.
I guess it would depend on the team and what you're getting back. But
Yeah.
I mean, this draft is deep enough in both directions, like in how deep this first round is and how much there'll still be there in the second round. That I mean, I'm not gonna. There are guys in that like late 20s, range that I still like.
So you'd make the trade to Kansas City for 29 and 30 with some change thrown in one direction.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a lot. Yeah.
And especially if they want to go up for like a wide receiver. But I'm guessing that's what. Did someone say Philly traded for Houston's pick? Did I hear that, or am I making that up?
I didn't hear it yet.
Okay,
No.
just kidding.
I personally would stand pat at this point.
It's in the comments.
So if I'm looking at a trade back partner and New Orleans already got their receiver, Philly could want a receiver. Green Bay, Arizona, 2 teams that could want a receiver. And you have Jamison Williams sticking out there, a guy that was supposed to go pretty high in this draft, of course, coming off an ACL injury. So that could be a spot that the Ravens are able to take advantage of if they don't like who is on the board. You go ahead, you trade back with Green Bay, something like that, Arizona, getting to that 22 to 23 range. And at that point, you could be looking at McDuffie or Booth or even Daxton Hill to help your secondary at that spot.
Yep.
Things go wrong, you still have Karlaftis there. You can even get pending in that area. Right.
Jamison Williams is the pick to Detroit. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Wide receiver run is in
go get
Wide
Williams.
receiver.
full bore.
I mean, he was my favorite in the class, but all that capital, losing 210 JJ points
Holy mackerel.
to go get a wide receiver. That's really something.
You may not be able to use
So-
it till like week 8.
So
that you might not be able to use because you don't have a quarterback.
So
Well, I meant for his own injury.
No, I know. I'm just
Who-
saying, like,
I mean, that's the
and to
that was
speak English for people out there, 210 JJ points is the 76th pick in this
76th
draft,
pick.
which is
which is the Ravens pick, actually.
which is the Ravens pick.
Yeah.
Oh, be right back.
And that's the net loss on the thing. So
The net loss, yeah.
all the stuff I said earlier now applies to this pick, not the last one. Switching, offsetting my comments by
All right. Well,
one trade.
the pick's in. Apparently, well,
13 is in?
it's saying a trade again.
Okay.
Somebody in
go.
the comments alluded to the Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles
Yes.
traded up.
So
Okay, this hasn't been announced here. Oh, yes, it has. It's on there. It's on the board on on NFL Network.
Yeah, what is
So Eagles roster, guys, what are we thinking here? What do we know about it?
I mean, I think they're gonna go get another wide receiver. I'm honest. Like, I think everything's been. They're just getting nervous. I don't know why they would
How
think
do
they
you
need to
make
jump
that-
up to do it, but
Also, how do they make that trade? But I mean, would they have known who the pick was? Like, there's
Yeah,
no way
that's
that they
weird.
knew they made that trade, or at least based on the timing of that comment, they made the trade before Jamison Williams was established as the pick,
Yep.
unless they already knew. There were 2 guys then
they
that they liked
probably
that much.
knew. I knew it. I saw it on my notifications. Like,
Okay.
2 or 3 days before. So
Yeah, if they got tipped off, then maybe.
There's
So,
there's
I mean,
a variety
they
of
were
people
linked to
behind the
Willis, too.
scenes. The Miami beat writer is one of the guys who releases picks. Is known for releasing them as soon as they get run up to the podium, but I think the screen is a little bit behind what's actually happening.
Maybe the Eagles want Penning, thinking that we were coming from our buddy Troy. It's a
They don't need a
possibility.
tackle
it'd
though.
be so lovely.
They have
All
they have was Mailata at left tackle, and they have Lane at right tackle. I don't think they need a Penning.
Lane
They could
Johnson
use
is
a
John-
Johnson or a Jordan Davis
Yeah.
or Kyle
Lane-
Hamilton.
Lane Johnson's on his last legs, though, isn't he?
Or
Gabe.
McDuffie. I mean, the Eagles have a
You know,
lot of
he-
holes.
He might be. He's getting older.
Yeah, he is older.
He's probably like 30 now, 31.
I don't think it's going to be Penning.
I would say it's probably Davis that they want. we'll see. Because I feel like they can take an outside linebacker with their second one, Karlaftis or somebody. But
They do like those
we'll
big D linemen there. That's for sure, Gabe.
They do.
Fletcher Cox has been such a stud for them for so many years.
Mm-hmm.
And he's getting older. They actually released him and they re-signed him for like a 1-year contract.
Yeah, that's just a 2-pick jump ahead too. So it really does speak to counter picking for the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
So Jordan
Right.
Davis might make sense. Penning could also make sense, I guess.
Right.
It doesn't make sense that it'd be a wide receiver given the particular picks exchanged here.
Right, because they don't think the Ravens are targeting one.
Yeah.
Oh, this was a
guess-
really interesting flurry of activity, though, isn't it? It was so boring for a while.
We were like chalk,
Yeah.
and then boom.
The other guy I don't think is going to get taken off the board here is Hamilton. So Hamilton's just a great value for someone down here.
Eagles, do us a favor and take Hamilton.
So who's at 15 now?
Houston.
Houston? Okay.
So just
Pick is in for the Eagles.
so if they're counting picking for the Ravens, then they could be thinking Jermaine Johnson. They could be thinking Davis. And they could be thinking Penning. All of those would be realistic.
Oh, I
don't
have
think they'll
heard
do it for
them-
McDuffie.
I have heard him linked to the Davis.
I mean, the Ravens were mocked Jordan Davis in like 90% of the mocks I saw. So maybe they're like,
No, I was
this is
saying the
gonna
Eagles though.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So they're responding to the Ravens' potential interest.
I'm laughing at Troy's comment. We'll get a 15-minute commercial before our pick. Isn't that the way it always works?
Oh man,
Yeah.
Troy. Troy's one of the realest people out there too. Troy, why you gotta say that, man? Why you gotta say that?
I feel like this commercial has been long.
It'd be like when they used to do the commercial break after the touchdown, and they do the kickoff, and then there'd be a commercial break afterwards.
Yep. Don't forget about the extra point.
Mm-hmm.
I still just can't get over the fact that all that capital was traded for Chris Olave.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
I agree.
he's polished. I get it. Like, but come on, man.
I told Jason.
I
Garrett
can
Wilson-
understand it because if Mike's going to be healthy, if Mike is healthy, Olave will eat. If Mike is healthy, but if he's
That is
not,
true.
Olave is going to have a crappy rookie season. Mike has to be healthy for Olave to eat.
It's just the desperation of it, Coach. They gave up. Like I said, they could have gotten another 3rd-round pick, or should have had to given up another 3rd-round pick, I should say, to get up there. And man, it's just what a value for the team that traded out.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the Commanders?
I think it was the Commanders, wasn't it?
No,
11.
No, it was
Commanders got
Vikings.
beat on their
it
trade.
was the Vikings.
Yeah,
The
Commanders
The
lost.
Vikings are 12, right? Okay.
So isn't that really weird? I mean, now I go to you because you're the trade guy, but isn't it just astonishingly weird that consecutive trades could be made like that? And one trade is a huge loss for the Commanders by the JJ chart,
Yeah.
and the next one is a huge win by the Vikings by the JJ
Right.
chart.
Right. Yeah. It's astounding. Like, that's a great word for it. I don't even recall seeing JJ charts so wildly not paid attention to. You know what I mean? It feels like some kid in Madden just be like, yeah, that seems fair. Like
I'm gonna have to dig more into that next draft season because I'm really not familiar with it that much. I've recently heard it be used, and I think maybe the first time I heard it used was when I was on with you guys. So I got to brush up on that the next cycle, so to speak.
I'll send you a link, Coach, for a good chart you can use. Maybe even during this draft, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Ken, you could probably give us some math analysis here, though, right? Like this idea that, I mean, everybody was using that chart because it was kind of the main chart. But like if everybody over time starts developing their own system, they're using their own algorithms to decide on what draft valuations are like. I mean, maybe they don't abide by it anymore because they don't think it's right.
Hey,
I mean-
well, yeah. I was going to say, I think we should really kind of pivot to what the Ravens pick here, man. The
do
pick
it.
is in.
Let's do it.
They pick 13. Like, who cares about JJ Chart? I want to know about Jermaine Johnson. Jermaine Johnson is my JJ.
You know, we got two
Yeah.
JJs we're concerned about right now because they might trade
The
down.
funny thing is when people were saying JJ Chart, I thought they were talking about Jermaine Johnson at first.
Yeah, the other one, Jimmy. You know it's after Jimmy Johnson, right, Coach?
I did
It's
not.
Jimmy Johnson's chart. Yep, that's the old Jimmy Johnson chart. So Hurricanes,
Developed it
Cowboys.
in the 90s when he was with the Cowboys.
Okay.
So Jermaine Johnson, Hamilton, Davis, McDuffie, Devontae Wyatt seem to be the consensus guys. Wyatt, I love the fit as a pass rusher from the inside, but Jermaine Johnson seems like the clear consensus favorite. I'd like to see people type their two names in there. Who do you want? Who do you want in the chat? Is it Jermaine Johnson? Would Hamilton fit?
Yeah, put in comments for everybody who's on the show. Give us your top two. Toss it in the comments really quickly. We'll try and get a consensus to see if that happened. And if you trade back is also a legitimate call here if you want to do that.
That's what I'd be doing. Especially if Johnson's off the board, I'm definitely trading back.
Got to find a partner. We got JJ and Kyle Hamilton.
We got to get the
That's
Eagles pick here first too.
Johnson and Hamilton, top two picks again.
Jordan
Looks like
Davis.
we got a selection
Damn it.
in there.
Okay, Jordan Davis goes at number 13 to Philadelphia officially.
All right.
All right. So give us Jermaine.
Yeah, I'm all on JJ.
Send it. Don't play with my heart. Nah, I mean, I could see him trading back, but I'd take Jermaine here. I'm very
he
content with
is
that.
a massive man.
Huge.
Yeah,
I love the
Ken,
suits, man. It's always so impressive.
the camera adds 10 pounds, Ken. It's just an optical illusion.
Does it add 5 inches too?
Jordan Davis next to Fletcher Cox.
Pick us in. They ran that thing up. Wow.
Oof.
They're beating the table.
All right. I think my bet's on Johnson. As much as Hamilton would be a great value here, I bet's on Johnson.
Yeah, I have Jermaine Johnson right ahead of Kyle Hamilton, 8 and 9 on my board. So I'll be happy with either one. Of course, I'm a McDuffie stan, but I mean, at this point, I really want Jermaine Johnson. Let's get that edge rusher who could free up Adafio Way to do whatever the heck you want him to do. Jermaine Johnson is that kind of athlete, that kind of versatility, run stuffer, long, strong. I mean, this guy put on a show last year.
I love
Plays
that.
with
I'm
his-
a high motor guy too. He doesn't stop. Until he
Forget
gets
plays
there.
exceptionally well with his. The pick has already been announced.
No.
What's that?
I don't know who it is. I was going to
Put
say
that
forget
phone
me.
down, Alec. Put that phone
No,
down.
I'm saying
man.
no.
You
The
make me
trade.
nervous.
I was looking at the trade. So they traded 3 second-day picks to go up and pass us. It's a lot of value just to pass the Ravens.
Wow.
3
Go
day
ahead.
2 picks.
3 day 2 picks.
What?
So
Now,
they
give me
keep-
numbers.
I'm trying to find the numbers. I can just look at the chart though. I was just seeing. I saw that on Twitter. I'm trying to see if I can find the exact numbers here.
We're talking Philadelphia, right?
All right. Yeah, for Philadelphia.
So they had 51, 83, and 101. Those are the only 3 they had. And that's an unbelievable amount of JJ value. It's 661 as I count it to move up 2 spots, which has a value of
Wow.
100. 661 they
That's
paid to get Jordan
wild.
Davis.
Wow.
That is wild.
Yep.
So you really wanted Jordan Davis. which
Well,
sucks.
sure, it's not. I mean, it would make more sense. If it was 3 day 3 picks, honestly, like 3, like a
Yeah.
4 and 2 5s. That would make more sense.
Oh, I hope
sure?
we don't take Penning.
Well,
124, 162, 166.
No, those are 3 day 3 picks.
124, 162, 166.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's
Okay.
almost spot on in terms of value.
This is fascinating.
Still 3 picks though. That's a lot. To go up 2
Yeah, they-
spots.
went for volume in a volume draft.
Nothing's sacred. This whole year is just like upside down. Wow.
And that's a great deal for Houston because they need as much talent as they can get. You know,
That's right.
add some young guys for them.
Troy called this, by the way. Unbelievable amount of time. since the pick was in, and we have
Yep.
not heard who it is.
We got Eagles fans on the screen here. It's an
I'm
exciting
nervous.
time. I'm nervous too.
There was a lot of pre-draft love for Jermaine Johnson from the Ravens. There were early connections. It just didn't seem like he was going to get to them. So,
And I'm
Feels like-
interested to know who's going to be the guy to ask Eric DaCosta if there were anybody trying to trade up, or rather, if he tried to trade back and had no takers to come up to this spot, because there's a lot of talent on the board. So I wonder if DaCosta's going to take a guy that he was targeting and was in love with, or if he would tell us at all if he just couldn't trade back, wasn't able to.
They wouldn't
I
give
think-
it up on Tunsil a few years ago.
How
And
fast
said-
they ran it up, I feel like the guy they picked is like number 3 or 4 on their board, because they didn't even give it a chance to see about trades. It was within like a minute and a half.
I agree,
Maybe,
Alex.
but the actual draft happens a lot. Like they're probably on pick 18 now. So what you see on TV is a TV production.
Well, the pick has been texted to me already, so it is very out there at the moment. So don't look at anything.
Hey, whoever texts you that, block them.
Huh?
That's what I'm saying.
It's not a friend. I have like notifications from WNST.
Okay, whoever's got their TV on. Oh, Sarah's sitting backstage, Alec. Can you let her in? There she is. All right.
Hi,
Sarah,
guys.
you're just in time.
I'm just in time.
Nice timing.
Sorry for the delay, but I'm excited to be here.
Excited to have you. So
We're all talking about the. Oh, sorry, Ken. We're talking about this like it's going to be Jermaine Johnson. I mean, could it be someone else?
I know who it is, so I'm going to shut up for a second.
There you go.
Sarah, no.
See, Sarah?
Me and Sarah are the ones that know who it is.
I mean,
You
shoot.
guys are awful.
I know that's like not cool.
Come on, baby.
I didn't look for it. I just know.
I'll just say this. I can't wait to see your guys' reaction.
Oh gosh, it's gonna be Benning.
Kyle Hamilton to the Baltimore Ravens. Well, it's a value pick.
You know what? We talked
No.
about it at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Talent.
This
There you
just
go,
shows
Gabe.
that, like, the Ravens
That was the scenario you
philosophy-
presented to me.
Yeah, the Ravens
sir.
philosophy of taking the best player available
Yes.
is not dead.
Yep.
There you go.
Because they just
Absolutely.
signed Marcus Williams, they got Chuck Clark, and now and McDonald has figured out how to put all these guys on the field.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
That's right.
mean? Like,
Same
You
thing
got-
I said earlier.
right?
Yes.
Is Chuck the new Mike?
I think Chuck is not the Mike, but Chuck,
And Will.
Chuck is the Will, and he basically will be playing either big nickel on a lot of packages, but there's only going to be a small percentage that he'll be off the field. And I'd expect from this that Kyle Hamilton gets the green dot, if not right away, at some point very soon. But Chuck Clark, whoever has the green dot has to be on the field for every play. So
It
that
might
has
be
to either
Marcus.
Clark.
It might be
He's
Marcus with the green dot,
because
too.
he's a
Yeah.
free safety. I would bet against that. Just the distance travel is more of a
That's
problem.
true.
It's usually the strong safety.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm way more excited about this than I would have been with Jermaine Johnson, because this just means that this defense is gonna be crazy. Like,
Mhm.
You're right, that'll be fun.
our secondary is gonna
Whoa!
go nuts.
Whoa! Whoa! Do
What's
you
going
guys
on?
see this trade?
No.
I don't know if it's going to
Texans?
announce it on TV. No, us.
What?
Say it.
Wait, what?
We
No.
hold on.
Oh.
How?
Oh.
What capital?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Traded.
Whoa!
It's on.
No.
It's on.
Oh my gosh.
No way.
It's on
Oh,
Twitter.
Sarah
we-
comes
we
in
don't see
like
it
breathing fire.
It doesn't say for what. It just says. It just
Say
says.
it.
It
Can
doesn't
I
say for
say
what.
it?
No, well, did they trade up for 15? Don't tell us the player yet.
I don't think they traded to 15.
Oh,
Sarah, what are you doing to me?
Okay.
Right, she's killing me.
I
I
love
don't.
draft night. I love draft night.
Did
I
they
was
trade?
just-
Did they trade Chuck Clark?
No.
No.
But
Okay.
that's an interesting.
I
guess,
got.
Dan.
I,
Just
if,
wait,
if,
just don't say
I
it. Don't say
I
it.
don't
There's
even
a-
know how to live right now.
I don't think this is going to come up on the feed here anytime soon. because it's not.
if yeah, and I was going to say if we
Go ahead and
traded
announce it.
somebody, I have a very good guess of who it would be.
it's go ahead,
Wait,
Sarah.
what's
You
your
broke the
guess?
news.
Let's have fun with this. What's your
No,
guess?
no, it's good. Just go ahead, Sarah. Really.
Okay. The Ravens have traded wide receiver Marquise Brown to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Whoa.
You know, and I don't
haven't
think
said for what? Do we think that's for 23?
I don't know. I
Whoa.
don't feel Yates has
I
put out
just
there
saw
so
it.
far.
Oh my
Ravens
god.
trade Marquise Brown in their second, third round pick 100 to the Arizona Cardinals for pick number 23.
Yep.
Okay.
there you go.
This just
So-
confirms them.
Kinda love it.
Confirms the theory.
I kind of
They
love
weren't
it.
going to pay him, and they're
Guys,
like,
That's why
Not
he didn't
only
get
are
that
they not
first
gonna
round.
pay him.
let's get on Lamar Jackson's Twitter.
Well, I want to say a couple of things if I could. Number one, Hollywood Brown expresses his dislike with Greg Roman in many different ways, both subtle and not so subtle.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, Hollywood Brown may want to play in Arizona for Cliff Kingsbury and make his money and catch 100 balls out there. So before it's Lamar this is going to piss Lamar off. He's never going to want to sign here. Well, if Ken tells me he wants to move across the state to go do something, I'd say, you know what, Ken, I love you, brother. You do what's best for you. So I have a feeling that Ravens Twitter is going to go crazy with this is the worst thing to ever happen to the Ravens negotiation with Lamar, but this might be something that Hollywood himself wanted as well. And I'm sure he's going to say that in the press conference, because that's the company answer. But, hey, Hollywood Brown's a guy that the Ravens weren't going to pay $25 million for. And I believe that this is a good move. And I believe that this puts a guy like Jahan Dotson in play for the Ravens, similar skill set, better catch radius, better hands, best hands in the draft, or coach's guy, George Pickens.
I was waiting on you to finish. I was waiting.
Yes, sir.
I'm really excited over here. I was waiting on you to finish.
I know we went kind of nuts, and the Hollywood narrative is going to be all over the place, painted as negative. So I just wanted to say, I think Hollywood wanted to get his butt up out of here too. So
we'll come back to that in a minute. Anyway, Kenyon Green just taken by the Texans at number 15. The interesting part about that, Kenyon Green was my number 2 guy on the inside. I had Tyler Linderbaum 3, but my number 1 guy was Zion Johnson. I'm really surprised that Green goes ahead of
Who
him.
picked Green?
That was Texans.
The Texans, okay.
Can we circle back real quick to Kyle Hamilton? Because I feel like we kind of didn't get a
Yes,
chance.
we did.
God,
We
yeah.
sure-
did we
So-
pick him?
I just want to say that if he ran a sub 4.5 40 instead of a 4.59 40, he's probably a top 5 pick. Like,
And did you see his 40 run? He was weaving like.
You watch him play, he doesn't play like someone who runs a 4.6. He is all over the field. He has great range.
Yeah.
He's an incredible safety. He's one of the best safety prospects we've seen come out in the past, 5 years. Like, he's someone that is worth drafting at that position. He's worth drafting in the top 10, maybe even top 5, in my opinion. That's where I had him graded. Yeah. So I think they'll make it work. It'll work on the defense. And I think that you got a player who's going to be a foundational player. You put him next to Marcus Williams for the next 5 years. You have Marlon Humphrey on the outside. I mean, we'll see what happens with Peters' contract, but they are set in the secondary. That is one of the best secondaries that the NFL is going to see. So that's my piece.
And Hamilton, they don't measure route reading and the other things. So Reed was not as fast as a lot of the other safety schemes. It wasn't as fast as Palomalo even, I don't think.
That's right.
And when you see Hamilton on the back end, he plays so much faster. It's like watching you see a guy who has really slow play speed, like Patrick Queen playing Michael linebacker, and then you see Josh Bynes come in, who's a half second slower in the 40 probably at this point in their lives, and all of a sudden he's got a faster play speed. I mean, they just don't measure that. They don't measure reaction time, and they don't measure the ability to read the play, and that's what Hamilton has in my opinion.
Guys, excuse me for one moment, okay? I'll catch you guys in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think that play diagnosis piece that you just alluded to, Ken, is something Marcus Williams is going to bring, and the secondary really missed last year. There was not, I wouldn't call them low IQ, but there weren't these kind of like high end IQ players that they had on the field. I think you get 2 of them now in these 2 safeties, and that's exciting, especially behind Marcus Peters. Like, Marcus Peters, if he's healthy, is in line for a big year, I think.
By the way, I'm still very optimistic about what Chuck Clark could do for this team. He was the greatest dime back in Ravens history in 2019. And that is a freaking high bar that he hurdled for that. And he'll be playing inside on the dime on every high leverage snap the Ravens play, whether he has the green dot or not this year.
Yeah, I think the Ravens at 23 now they have a lot of opportunity to go in different ways. There's probably an edge guy that could be there still. I mean, there's a lot of quality players that are in that position. There's potentially wide receiver. I think it might be a little rich for a wide receiver, to be honest. But we'll see how that goes. And then you have offensive line too. You could take Penning there. You could take a Zion Johnson there. There's a lot of opportunities at pick 23. You could even go and double dip at defensive back if McDuffie is there.
Booth maybe
that way. I mean, they still needed someone at corner, I think, especially with Peters in his last year. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that the Ravens can do now.
I did some calculations for us for the trade. Marquise Brown is the equivalent of the 28th overall pick, which is the Green Bay pick in JJ points.
That's fantastic value for Marquise.
It is.
I mean, it just is. He's got 2 years left on his deal, and one of them is a high-priced 50-year option deal. It's not a cheap year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of value to get for a player like that.
I'll also add that Bateman knew about this. He tweeted a frowny face many minutes before the thing came out. So I'm going to say that something was up there.
Hey,
go ahead.
I was going to ask you a question, but real quick, also Lamar Jackson retweeted somebody else saying, "What the effing F, bro? We traded away Marquise, heartbreak emoji," which you expect for him to do. They're best friends.
That's super sad.
But my question is tell me how you get the value for Marquise Brown. Like, how do you come up with that? Like,
Sure.
To me, I know the draft trade charts, but I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, so I just did one of these. So we gave up our 100th pick. So that's something that we really didn't talk about. We lost our 100th pick, and we got 23. So it's 100 for 776, a delta of 660. And then if we look at the chart here, 660 is the Green Bay pick.
Yep, number 28. That is utterly fantastic value to receive back for a player there, and that is full value. Okay, let me check of which direction we're going here. We're trading a player. It's kind of like you don't know whether you're trading up or down in this case, but it's that is a lot of value for in exchange for Brown. That resets the team on rookie deals in a way that is one of the things I've been talking about recently. Is one of the 5 goals for the team is that they really need to get younger all over the place. The 2018 draft is basically all graduated. The 2019 to 21 drafts have not been as productive. So getting another player, starting out on a 4-year deal or actually a 5-year deal here with the first round pick is very exciting to me.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Marquise had 2 more years left. Well, I mean, Eric DeCosta said he was going to exercise the 5th-year option. Mm-hmm. Now that's not even needed, but Cardinals have that option. But Ravens would have had those 2 years, and now they've got a first-round rookie for 5 years. And this is exactly what you need when you're about to sign your franchise quarterback. For the Ravens to put a team around Lamar, it's not going to be with veterans anymore. I mean, you'll have some here and there, but it's going to be that you have to hit with rookie contracts. So now they've got 2 first-round draft picks from this draft to do that.
There is another trade that just happened that I don't think we'll see on the TV for a while if you'd like to hear about it. Mm-hmm. It's not Raven-centric, though.
Let's go first with the 16th pick is Jahan Dotson because it's a player that some had mapped to the Ravens at 23 is now not going to happen, but he goes to the Commanders. Commanders got I think a pretty good. They got beat on their trade, but then they get a pretty good player here, pretty good value at 16 with Dotson.
I think Dotson is. If he was taller, he'd probably be top 1 or 2 receivers. He runs the best routes and has some of the best hands that I've seen in a long time. And he goes up and gets the ball at 5'9" because whatever they list him at, he really don't look like that. But he in and out of his breaks like lightning quick, got great hands to high point balls and just a real good player. He just happened to be smaller. They value big receivers these days.
His top end speed's also not elite. I think that's why he went here instead of, with the other guys, because he's probably the best route runner, I think, in this class.
Mm-hmm. I think he is. He was really impressive. I would have loved to see him get to 23.
But we got a bunch of bodies like that already.
I take more.
Not now we don't. Not now we don't.
His hands are significantly better than Hollywood's, and I don't say that as a knock on Hollywood like a lot of other fans do.
Y'all got this one? This next pick?
This is nuts, man. This they heard us saying this was boring and chalky, and they were like, "Let's just start trading players."
Hollywood Brown tweets, "Wish I could have played with my brother forever, but I'm going to see you at the top." Lamar Jackson, and Lamar retweeted that with crossing finger emojis.
Hey, now I may be in the minority, and I didn't want to see Hollywood go, but I'm not mad he's gone either. But they got to replace him.
Yep.
Yeah,
Have to replace him.
They got to replace him. If they don't, I'm gonna have a problem with whoever making decisions. I personally won't have a problem with him because I won't ever see him, but you know what I mean. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Sarah. I just saw it. That's one of my guys too.
Is there another? Are you talking about Zion Johnson at 17, or are you talking about something else? That's later.
A trade. I don't have nothing to do with the Ravens.
Else.
The
Talking about what Alec was talking about.
Yeah, I really like
Alec, my bad.
I like Zion a lot, so I'm a little disappointed
Alec,
to see Zion go.
Did you have a trade to announce, Alec?
AJ Brown, the other Brown from that draft, is going to the Eagles.
Oh wow!
That's why the Titans, I think, are on the board now, right?
Yep,
Titans are on the board. Yep, sure are.
Yep.
And here I said at the beginning that you don't see very many player trades during the draft.
I know you don't. This year's throwing out all the rules. JJ chart out.
Wow.
We've had a few weird things happen, and Malik Willis's name has been used in vain a number of times, but this could really be it, because Pittsburgh coming up at 20 would certainly be a team that would be potentially taking him. And Tennessee is one of the teams that might need a quarterback, right? And even a guy who's a developmental guy for 1 year, like Willis could be, not an unreasonable pick at this point.
They need a receiver now.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, I think the other thing that we need to talk about is Jermaine Johnson's still on the board.
Oh my gosh, yes.
After all of that, he's still there.
But
oh my gosh.
My thing with Jermaine was he had those 3 big games. I talked about it yesterday. He had the huge game versus Miami. He had the big game versus Wake Forest and somebody else. But that's all he got.
There's no
Whereas,
way
and why did he leave Georgia? I know he wanted to get more reps, but you couldn't beat them guys out for the reps.
He's not getting past I can't see him getting past New England. Jermaine Johnson.
I mean, there were some like statistical models that looked at his pass rushing, and he wasn't getting the quarterback fast. He was getting there kind of late in the play, like after when they move. Like that goes to show his like motor. You know, he was keeping after it, but he wasn't winning with speed off the edge. He wasn't winning by just whipping right by a tackle. He doesn't have that kind of explosive, quick twitch to him that some of these other pass rushers do, and I think that might be why we're seeing him drop. Even though he's a very good edge defender, he's a really good run defender. He sets the edge as good as any of the defenders in this class. But I think he might be lacking that high-end pass rush upside.
I think the study you're talking about, I think, was showing that a lot of his pressures came between 2.5 and 3 seconds, as opposed to inside 2.5. And that 2.5 to 3 second difference is exactly the difference between how I score offensive line play and how PFF does it. And I'll say I call that the Villanueva zone, because they still think Villanueva is pretty good. And I say guy gets backed up into the quarterback on almost every play.
Yeah,
they don't watch the game; they just watch the numbers.
I was worried about Jermaine after seeing that tweet. Honestly, Gabe, that's what started to cool me off on him.
Yeah,
that and also the fact that he's relatively polished.
And then in that same tweet, they looked at Arnold Ebiketie, who gets to the quarterback within 2.5 seconds in 44% of his pressures. The opposite. Right. It's my boy.
Man, this is absolutely wild, guys. This whole draft is blowing my mind a little bit.
Alec, did we get anybody else but the 23rd pick? Was that all that was included?
It's just the 23rd, and we lost 100th, so we are down a pick. Well, I mean, it's the same number of picks, but we lost a human. So
We lost pick 100.
You lost a
Yeah.
human.
the new draft currency.
Okay.
So we got the same
Down
amount of
a player.
number of picks. We just lost a human. That's what you said. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're down a player. How about that?
Starting
we're-
player.
We're down a starting player.
We finna draft one.
Oh, absolutely.
Five guys left.
Yeah.
Let's
We
talk
have-
about who
Okay,
drops.
Go ahead. Yeah. I mean, let's go to the board. Do you mind if I put it up, Jason?
Sure, go ahead. I was just updating it with our picks. So
All right. So here's the old Jason's board. Jermaine Johnson on an island. Other than that, lots of very solid options down here.
For me, I mean, Linderbaum is a possibility, I think, now, maybe. And then you also have some of the outside linebackers, Jermaine Johnson, Karlaftis, Ebiketie. I think any of those three could be realistic at the 23. Penning too, of course. I don't know about White. I feel like he might not be on the Ravens board with some of the issues that came out with him.
Yeah, that charge of assaulting a door really gonna hurt him.
I mean,
No,
anything.
I'm serious.
hurts
It sounds like I'm being
prospect,
funny, but I'm serious. It's gonna hurt him.
Yeah.
So I guess the guys I like on this board are Johnson. I like McDuffie at 23. I'd like to wait on Wyatt. I think I'd like to wait on Hill. I think a 16 is too rich for me on him. I definitely would wait on Lloyd. I'd take Booth at 23 and be excited about that. I'd take Karlaftis at 23 and be okay with that. And I'd take Penning at 23 and be okay with that. And I don't think they need to reach for Ebiketie, but I still hope that somehow they get him at 45.
Yeah,
Traylon Burks
going
is
there.
another wild card there, and Traylon Burks is a little lower on my board than others at 33, up in the top of the purple. But if you traded Hollywood and you want a deep threat, Burks does not have the 40 time that you want, but he stretches the field with long speed. So he would be a guy I would think that maybe Bateman would take the majority of Hollywood's reps at the Z receiver position. You might just want to put Burks out there at X and let him stretch the field, be on the island by himself.
Mm.
Too late for that.
A couple wild cards there. but
Too late for that.
Christian Watson.
It was on the
might
screen
be
for
an
about 10
option too at
seconds. I assume
23.
we were good.
I was gonna let him finish before I said it.
yeah, exactly.
You man, see it? That's
He had a nice little spiel going too. I ain't want to stop him.
I know.
man.
It's like poor guy.
Traylon Burks, 482.40. And 6'2", 235. I mean, he's got that, Boston size.
I thought he had a 4.5, 540.
I've got him at 482 here on Draft Scout. Don't know where you're seeing the 45. But this is a pro day result. And
Oh,
did not run at the combine.
Burks ran. I'm pretty sure Burks ran at the combine.
Yeah, I thought he did too, actually. I have to back up.
He ran like 4.5 something.
I think so.
It's not listed on
I
what
had
I'm looking
something
at, but if you have it,
there.
that's great.
God, what was the question? I forgot.
See if I
Yeah,
can-
I'm going to NFL.com. Lance Zerline 455 for Burks.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Shut that down real quick. That was an ad coming up. But yeah, 455.
I mean, it's
who's
not
up next?
fast,
Thanks,
but he's
so.
big too. He's 230.
Yes, and he can high point ball, and he can do some everything.
Run after
He-
the catch is amazing.
Yeah.
He could fill the Miles Boykin role, you think, Coach?
Yeah, and do much more. Honestly, and do much more. The kid lined up at H-back. He lined up at tailback. He lined up at slot receiver. He lined up at outside receiver. And I'm sure he can go down and do what Miles did on kickoff. And what was that? What we catching the passes? At? Most of his passes came from the punter, right?
Yeah, you got one.
So the Titans doing exactly what you're talking about for the Ravens doing, Sarah, getting a lot younger with the trade of Brown for Burks. Anybody look up that contract on OTC to see where he is?
Oh yeah, that's one of my friends texted me and said AJ Brown got paid. So was a contract? Did the contract come with that?
I'm going to it. Give me one sec. No, I think he's still on his rookie deal here, according to this.
He should be in year 4 or 5. Should be.
So he was
Whatever
first round
Hollywood
pick,
is,
originally?
whatever Hollywood is, he is.
He was a second round pick.
Okay, so he's on the last year of his deal now, and I don't think he's gotten his second contract. That's why I was asking, is because he might have gotten a second contract already. But bringing it up here. Oh, this
That's
is
why
really slow.
That was right, like the whole thing with him and Debo, and who was the third receiver that all were going to hold out as they got paid. McLaurin, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, he has 1 year left on his deal here at just a tad under $4 million. So that's a good bargain for the Eagles for this year, for them to have him for that.
Mm-hmm.
That's worth something, but it's not. It's
probably a rental.
Yeah. What did they give away for him for AJ? Do we know that, Alec?
The third.
Yeah, they gave up the third. Yeah, 101.
Okay.
So if the Saints here get their quarterback, I guess their massive amount of draft capital for they were the ones who gave up all the draft capital to get Olave, right? Or I'm trying to remember.
I think they go Penning here. Don't you think that they get the left tackle that they need? Or maybe not. Maybe they go quarterback.
That works. Yeah. I mean, I honestly think that none of these quarterbacks should go in the first round. I just know that's not the narrative we wanted.
I mean, we thought all these trade ups would be quarterback driven, but none of them are. They just don't grade them highly in this class.
They not good.
Coach Evans keeping it real.
And I don't know. I praise Malik, but he's
raw.
Yeah. None of these guys could hold a candle to the two guys last year, Fields and the kid from Jacksonville,
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, they couldn't hold a candle to them cats at all.
I agree.
Said in the comments here that on TV they said that AJ Brown signed a 4-year, $100 million extension.
Just now.
That's what the comment. That's what Sean Asher said.
Oh,
with the Eagles.
Yeah, I assume. I mean, it would.
It
It wouldn't be very
sense
smart
otherwise.
Let me see. I was trying to stay off Twitter. Let me slide over here for a minute.
So I didn't. While you're looking at, I did not study the wide receiver class in depth this year, as I chose to look into many other needs. Who's got a good high level? Because now wide receiver becomes a need for the Ravens. What's a high level look at this group, how deep they are, and where would be a good spot to grab one?
I think Pickens is going to be there. I think Pickens is going to be there at 45. I mean, Christian Watson and Sky Moore are probably the two guys that are still edging into the first round at wide receiver. I really like Christian Watson, and I think he could be a really interesting guy in a Greg Roman offensive system. And so if we're moving on from a guy like Hollywood because he's not a fit, like, I don't know. Jason, I already told you. There's some really. I mean, he's big, he's fast, he's strong.
He's elusive too. He's not just fast, straight line fast. Christian Watson can make you miss.
Fellas and ladies, I have found it. It's the Bleacher Report. It says AJ Brown will sign a 4-year, $100 million extension with the Eagles.
There you go.
Thank you, Lord Jesus. Thank you, Saints.
Trevor Penning goes to the Saints. There we go.
Thanks. Thank you, Saints. Thank you, Saints.
Life is good.
Yes,
sir.
Thank you, Saints.
6'7",
bon temps
12-foot
roulette.
boy. Get out of here.
Thank you, Saints. Get that big heavy-footed joke up out of here.
Yeah. That was my problem, Coach, and I think that's what contributed to a lot of his penalties on the holding side was him getting beaten. Actually, the personal foul side, because once he gets beat, he loses his mind and starts throwing people around. So, it all comes back to the feet for me, Coach. And when you said that guy's a guard, that kind of resonated with me. I thought at 6'7", and he's built like you want your left tackle to be built, that he would definitely be playing tackle. And with Teron Armstead gone from New Orleans, Trevor Penning will probably be their left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
But I hear you. They better go to a quick passing. Don't know what's going to happen when Sean Payton's gone. Who do they have down there in New Orleans?
As the coach?
Yeah, or coordinator.
I don't even know. I don't
Yeah,
even
me
know.
neither.
They promoted the defensive coordinator, Allen, right, to head coach, but they kept basically the whole staff stayed intact except for the
Is that for
promotion.
Peyton?
Okay.
Yeah, and they replaced. I think someone moved up, and then they just replaced that guy on staff. But the whole thing, I remember reading, and this might not be right, but that they kind of just moved everybody up and kept everybody together.
So
Okay,
nobody. Oh, go ahead, Ken. Sorry.
I was just going to look ahead to 23 here now with 4 picks remaining. Do you think Pittsburgh is, first of all, is taking Malik at 20? I think
I
they're
think they'll
taking
take Kenny
somebody else.
Pickett.
Okay.
I think they take Kenny Pickett.
We'll see if they take their quarterback at all. I mean, if you really want to take a risk and you maybe like them both a little bit, but not too much, you maybe trade down here.
Depending on where their second round pick is, I think depends on whether they pick quarterback or not.
Should be about the same spot, right? So
Right.
we can look that up real quick on Draft Tech.
Pittsburgh is 52.
52.
They'll go quarterback here.
Yeah, because the quarterback class,
If they
slim
truly
pickings,
are-
slim pickings with quarterback, slim pickings.
Yeah,
But
if they
I
truly
saw
are
one
like
thing-
Malik
Go
won't
ahead,
get
I'm
past them, they'll go get him.
I
Go
saw
ahead,
one
sorry.
thing that had Sam Howell as number 1 QB. That article that I kept referring to on not Bleacher Report, The Athletic. Whoever the guy is they interviewed, they like Sam Howell as QB1.
I just think it's interesting that we saw a lot of reports the last couple of days that Pittsburgh would not have to trade up to get their guy at quarterback. And sure enough, here we are. Certainly looking possible.
Any of the top 5 QBs are their choice right here because none of them are gone, like you said. Just depends on what they like in each guy.
You know, it's also interesting with the Ravens pick coming up too. Sorry, I was totally off in La La Land. You guys were talking about Pittsburgh, but I was thinking about free agent wide receivers and whether or not the Ravens can go in that direction. And that we, if Watson or, if Green Bay takes somebody off the board and they want to go in a different direction, is there a guy they can bring in from free agency? You got Julio, you got Jarvis Landry, T.Y. Hilton, a guy that they were rumored to be connected with last year.
Those guys are there, but I really like the young move.
Me too.
I like the young move.
Me too. And
And
somebody
so
brought
many
up
good
in
wide
the
receivers out there.
somebody brought up in the comment Alec Pierce,
Love
fellow
Alec
Alec.
Pierce.
Yeah,
From,
Alec
Cincinnati.
Pierce out of Cincinnati. And that's pretty much the only knock I have on him, Coach, because he's got long speed, he's got size, he works well in zone.
Mhm.
He's a good receiver. Extendo arms. Reminds you of tight end at the catch point.
You know what I think this trade of Hollywood, who it helps out the most?
James
James
Prochet.
Prochet.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, I won't spread the propaganda. I'd also say keep an eye out for Tylan Wallace. I think the kid
Yeah.
can play.
Yeah.
That's
reasonable.
Was a good college player. He was a good college player.
It's like a grand plan or something, They drafted him best player available last year. Boom, they trade Hollywood when they don't want to pay him anyways. Get top value. I mean, it definitely hurts the Ravens offense, this move, but it could be fixed by the end of the draft, which is kind of crazy.
I don't think it hurt, Alec, honestly. I think it helps. It helps because Hollywood was the with his tweets and his cryptic stuff, he was the divider.
That's right.
They need to
So
connect
go
on
ahead.
number 23.
Yeah, they
In
got
the
to.
comment, there's a question about the kind of domino effect in the Ravens' defensive back room, and I think that's something that's interesting to talk about real quick because there are a couple young players that we liked. Stevens, I think, showed some potential last year, mostly at safety. He didn't play too much corner. I think he can play in the slot. I think our Darius Washington is also someone that the Ravens liked. He's a little undersized, but I think he can play in the slot too. I think they might be going that route. It's hard to know for sure. Obviously, it's a little early. And those players are still young. They have a lot of upside, a little versatility with them. So it's something that I think the Ravens really like is that versatile ability to play different roles, different positions. So if you have guys who are interchangeable, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I didn't really see Stevens, to address Andrew McFarland's question here, as being in really getting a safety opportunity this year anyway. I really saw Geno Stone as more a back end passing down guy. I saw Tony Jefferson will be the the front end quarter guy. So when they go to 7 defensive backs on the field, and now we got Clark pretty well secure at the dime back role, plus whatever else he does. He'll be the dime on third down, I would imagine. I don't know exactly where Stevens will play or where his next opportunity comes. Could come in the slot, could come at outside corner, because he's played every position there. In fact, there were drives in his college career at SMU where he played all 3 of those.
Interesting guys at corner still in the free agency market too. Just to kind of link it back to that, Trey Waynes is out there, Kyle Fuller, Chris Harris, who's a guy that can play in the slot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Joe Hayden. I'm not a fan of. I think Joe Hayden's career might be done, but Joe Hayden's out there. Jason Verrett, Jimmy Smith, AJ Boye. I mean, there are names out there at the veteran level if they want to bring in a corner.
Got the Steelers selection here. Kenny Pickett, quarterback is off the board. The first
Told you.
Baby hands.
Hometown kid.
Hometown kid.
It's not Willis.
Wow.
Coach Adamas.
How many sack fumbles the Ravens going to get now?
How many times does he drop back?
Depends on if Jermaine Johnson gets drafted.
He's a small hands guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jermaine Johnson's going to have
Under
some
8
kind of
inches.
medical on him or something. I don't know. This is quite the fall, though.
No more
I
fake
think-
sliding here.
I think the Ravens should trade back from the spot. There are, I mean, if they can find somebody,
Yeah,
there
if they
are
can
a
find a
lot
partner.
of interesting players that are still here. I mean, Jermaine Johnson, whatever you want to think about them, McDuffie, we talked about Hill. I think either of the inside linebackers are interesting guys, at this stage. Wyatt, Booth, Linderbaum still on the board. I mean, they're interesting guys still out there.
Yeah,
Very good.
This similar room of Bengals analysts is waiting for Linderbaum to drop to 31, and they're probably going to get their way.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of chatter about him not even going in the first round. So
Yeah.
I think he'll be there.
It's interesting to me that, I mean, obviously the story of the night is wide receivers. Not just for us, but the crazy trade up, the crazy off season, all the wide receiver movement. And yet you just listed the available cornerbacks that are out there, and the cornerbacks that are sitting here on the board. Just like, the wide receivers they're going nuts for it, but nobody cares about the cornerback. It just doesn't add up to me.
Let me reverse that perspective, because this is a Ravens-centric draft show. I'm saying the story of the night is Hollywood Brown gets traded for a lot of value for a first-round pick, and the even bigger, the one story above that 1A is that the Ravens managed to get Kyle Hamilton at number freaking 14. How great is that?
Never thought he'd be there.
This draft could be a massive, massive win for the Ravens. Like just a windfall of talent and like in terms of like salary cap management. I mean, depending like if they move back here, like and you see a couple like extra picks within the first and second round that are added from here, I mean, we didn't even talk in that list of people. We didn't even talk about Garliftis, Boye, right? Ebiketie, Ajabo. I mean, there's a lot of talent left.
What you got, Coach?
Trade. KC's on the clock now.
Ooh, KC up.
KC's
They probably
on
want
the
to get a
clock
wide
now.
receiver.
So they
They're
moved
gonna
up.
try- they're gonna take
Looks like
a
they
lot.
traded 29 to get it to move up to 21. What did they trade, Alec?
Let's see. 29 is 640, and the New England was 800.
And the pick is
So
in.
they needed
160.
160.
Third round
So
pick.
third round pick. And that is. Yeah,
Curious about
exactly. Yep. 94 is 124. So maybe they threw in a late 6 and called it good, or just called it that was good enough. I will say, though, I mean, this is definitely going to be a wide receiver hopping in front of Green Bay. That means I think the Ravens definitely could try and trade back. 23.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's 760. So you get, I don't know, not too much. You get another third, I guess, if you trade back, still be in the first round.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I could jive with that. I think, though, that the Ravens definitely want to pick in the first round here. I think the
So they can have
goal
that 5th year
is
on
that
the guy.
5th-year option.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Definitely.
That's 2 years back to back. You're getting two guys.
I
in the
know. I was
first
thinking
round.
about that.
there is an issue here that having 2 fifth-year options at the same time is expensive. So it's an additional kind of salary cap pig in the python situation that you kind of want to avoid. They're going to have Jackson on a mega deal, and 2 fifth-year options coming due at the same time is suboptimal.
They'll just trade him again.
Yeah, they could do that. It could happen.
I mean, I'm not even being facetious. I think that's like the new thing. Like if you're not going to, we've seen the Ravens do this before, but it seems to get even more higher profile now. Trade them when they still have value.
Yeah, I mean, and the Ravens have generally in the past played the compensation pick game, right? This is kind of a faster accelerated comp pick game where you're getting a higher value pick faster than waiting till the next year and getting a 3rd or 4th round pick.
Great point.
I mean, you've got Seattle picks back to back at 40 and 41. The problem becomes having a trade partner to trade back, like to be able to get 2 picks kind of in that right region, right? Like otherwise, then like Alex talking about, you move back, but the best you're going to do is a 3rd because you're just not moving back far enough. Looking through the list, there aren't a lot of teams that are going to give you 2 picks that are going to come in that 2nd round, which is going to make it, I think, potentially tough to trade back then. Like Jason was saying, you got to have somebody to trade back to.
Wouldn't it be okay though to trade back for 1 additional pick this year, and then also a pick next year? Because I'm already excited about them kind of resetting their draft, given they only have 7 picks next year.
Yep.
Here's a good deal.
Agreed. Jacksonville's an interesting target too because they've got 2 early 3rds. They got the 1st and the 6th pick in the 3rd round. It looks like.
What are those 2 picks worth, Alec? The first and the
65 and 70 are the 2 pick numbers.
Let's see, 65 and 70. 65 is
Trent McDuffie off the board of the Chiefs.
265. Wow. And 70 is 240. So what is that? 505? Yeah.
Kansas City's grab McDuffie.
Yeah.
I can't even push
That's
I can't even
wild.
push the delete button. Can't push the delete button. Man, that took it out of me right there.
That hurts.
It's a good pick for them. They need a cornerback too.
That's really surprising. I felt like they wouldn't have had to trade up for that. Maybe. I guess they were maybe afraid of the Ravens.
Well, if Green Bay takes a receiver as we expect, and Booth is a reasonable value at 23. I was advocating trading back for him. I know a lot of people wanted him at 14. I was advocating trading back into the mid 20s. I don't think it's a terrible reach at 23. I think he'd be okay.
Personally, I like Elam more than Booth, but I'm a little worried about Booth's health. There's some issues with him, I think.
I want to throw a name out there for you guys and tell me what you think. Jamari Salyer played every position at Georgia on the O-line. Every. Center included.
Second round grade for me, but he definitely has that versatility. He's not the best athlete. I'm testing.
Yeah, I would look at him as a guard, left guard, right guard, center, not necessarily as a tackle.
Right, he's IOL.
Yeah.
Where do you rank him relative to Darian Kennard, Coach?
I like him better than Kennard.
Okay.
I just do. That versatility, and what he didn't dominate Hutchinson at tackle, but he held his own at plays, and at times he did dominate Hutchinson. And I just think that versatility can, anything in the middle of your line, he can play it. Left guard, right guard, center. And the fact that he could play center and played center is a huge up because we don't like drafting guys that are straight centers.
Yeah, his number of snaps at center was really low, right? It was like 10
they were
snaps
low.
or something.
Mm-hmm.
But he had to practice there in order to play that many. Well, the reason I like Kennard is they're going to have to replace Zeitler, and I'm afraid it's going to be after this year because Zeitler, if they'll sign for 3, maybe really play for 2, and he may play the retirement game.
Probably.
If that happens, then we might be in a position where we need a new right guard, and a guy with 35.25 inch arms or whatever Kennard has, or over 35 inches. Fantastic ability to torque defenders. He could be the guy to play right guard for the Ravens specifically and open up the front door.
And I wouldn't. I say I like Salyer better, or Salyer, however you say it, but I wouldn't be mad at Kennard either.
Okay,
I wouldn't be mad at Kennard either. He was in my top 32, I think.
Yeah, I was really thinking of Kennard in the second round. but sure.
Yeah, I have Kennard there at 55 on my board and Sawyer at 62. So right next to each other as far as interior O-line, guys that can play guard. And Sawyer's guard tape was near perfect. I mean, it was really, really good. Obviously not the most athletic guy, but a scheme fit, a power scheme fit. So he would be a guy that I'm not real comfortable with at tackle. I thought he did hold his own against Hutchinson, but I mean, the man's a guard. So, a good pick, not somebody I would look at here in the first round, but tomorrow, definitely, because he could play tackle in a pinch and get you through a couple of games. You just don't want to leave him there.
I agree.
But it's a ton of good options for the Ravens here. I mean, just being in this part of the draft should be really exciting.
Let's see your big board again here, Jason.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm pulling it up.
So Jermaine Johnson is the sore thumb sticking out there, number 8 on my board. Devontae Wyatt, off-field stuff at 14, so that may contribute to him dropping. Then you have Daxton Hill. I have safety and cornerback because I believe he would be a good slot. Devin Lloyd, we could finally search for a Mike linebacker with a future in coverage and blitzing. One of his things is we see Quay Walker go off the board.
Wow.
Ooh, I like it.
Unreal.
Yeah, and Quay Walker, obviously a guy I liked. If you scroll down to 32, Alec, I had Quay Walker very high, my positional favorite on the board. So I'm going to go ahead and take him off the board.
Quay Walker played for a good friend of mine that I used to work with in high school. He raves about that kid.
I mean, he's just a natural coach. But yeah, edge rushers are here.
Ravens traded the pick.
Good.
It dropped down
to the Bears.
Drop down.
He must not like Jermaine Johnson.
So Green Bay picked Quay Walker.
Yep, that's great. That's good for the Ravens too, because they're. I mean, if you like Watson and Sky Moore, both still there.
All right. What did the Ravens pick up on this trade? About 50 points, moving down 2 here, something like that.
40. Yeah, so they probably get another fourth rounder. They're addicted to them.
Well, they could have 6 fourth rounders, or they might if they got a third.
They got rid of one.
Let's see.
They got rid of the third.
Or no, you're right. Never mind. Yeah, the third. So
it'd be nice if they got a third back here.
Maybe they actually. Yeah. Oh, it's perfect JJ value. 132.
Okay, it's probably it.
Oh wait, no, that's
Ravens traded the 23rd pick to the Bills for their 25th pick and the 30th pick. The Ravens will now have 6 fourth-round picks.
That's an all-time record, I believe, for that round. By the way, the Ravens held the previous record with 5.
Coach, can you give me that one more time, please? Okay. We traded back to 25.
Ravens trade the 23rd pick to the Bills for their 25th pick and the 130th pick.
130. Okay, thank you, Coach.
No problem. I went and found Jeff's tweet.
I mean, if I'm the Ravens, I'm looking at 6 fourth-round picks and saying, who can I move up for in the second round? Who can I move up, 4 spots, 3 spots, and somebody that you love, that might not get to you there, whether it's an edge rusher, wide receiver, offensive lineman, whatever that need is. I mean, maybe the board, you don't need to do that, but I'm just saying, like, it gives you the ability to do that. In the second round, third round, even, next year, you can trade with those picks for a pick next year.
Right. I agree with that, Gabe. And one of the things that shows up when you do mock drafts is your positions of need just do not often align with your position in the draft very often. So trading up and having the option to do that with this extra currency, this extra draft day currency is really nice. And the Ravens now have a lot of it going into day 2 and then going into day 3, probably still.
I'm wondering if they're targeting an edge rusher with this pick, not just because we need an edge rusher, but because you have Jermaine Johnson, Karlaftis, and Ebiketie.
Yep.
And Mafe, if you want to throw him in there, all available. You could even, take a wild stab at Ajabo and just say, we want that 5th year of David Ajabo on the board. So there are a lot of edge rushers available in this spot, whereas maybe if they wanted a cornerback, they would have just said, nah, forget it. We'll take Booth and move on.
Well, what was the commercial here? Go ahead.
I was thinking about that with David Ojabo. Sorry, I kind of cut you off there.
I was going to say over under Ojabo. Everybody here over under Ojabo where he gets picked.
I was going to say you don't take him in the second round. I wouldn't take him in the second round, but if you take him in the first round and you get that fifth-year option, it actually gives you a little bit more value in a certain extent because you have a red shirt with him, right? So if you're missing a year, if you take him in the second round, maybe you take him in the third round, so it's not that much draft capital. But if you get the extra year, and you get another year of development out of him, it might be worth it in the long run.
Okay, everybody else over under where you think he gets picked. Gabe, you have a number in there?
I think he goes in the third round.
Okay, he goes in the third round. Okay, Alec.
I think it's just too unpredictable. I'm gonna abstain.
You're abstaining. That's fine. How about you, Jason?
What do we pick? 45. I'll say pick 45.
I was going to say that is exactly
You like that?
what I
You
was
like
gonna say. You stole my line.
Over under 45. So there you go. Yeah.
I'll say he goes between 45 and 60 somewhere.
Yeah, I think so too.
Just insanity, though. See, we started off all boring. We started off kind of boring, by the book. Even made fun of, the most exciting draft, unpredictable draft. Everything was going by the book. Now look at us, man. Hollywood Brown is in Arizona, and here we are waiting to see how we're going to fill this hole.
Hey, both from watching this with you guys, which is always a ton of fun, and having all the people with these great questions, which we need to get to more of. This has been just a lot of fun doing this. I appreciate it. It's been 3 hours. Doesn't feel like it's been more than about an hour and 40.
True.
Yeah.
We have some answers from the fans here. Sean Asher, Jabo, says his over-under was 59. David Zazano, 43. And John Tabor says third round for a Jabo. So we get some guesses in there.
Yeah,
Can we fit 10 players on this team, Ken?
Absolutely. For starters, I'll tell you what helps sort out your extra 10 players: injuries.
Yes.
So you go into camp with a bunch of depth, and then you have 2 significant injuries, and you have 2 other injuries that you didn't think were significant, but they're guys at the end of your roster, and then all of a sudden, no problem, everybody makes it.
Ken, you wanted more picks, right?
I did.
You wanted 12, 13 picks. There's a lot of guys who are kind of fringe on the roster right now.
Mm-hmm.
I love picks.
Our buddy Zach Weinberg, Green Bay is allergic to first-round receivers. Apparently that doesn't go with their system.
They're just trolling their quarterback.
There was a comment that Dallas was looking to move up, and it might have been for a receiver. I guess they didn't do it, obviously, but they're on the clock next before the Ravens. Any idea who they might take?
They do need receivers, but they also need a guard, too.
Yeah,
I know they were heavy on Kenyon Green, too.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a teardrop with the receivers. I think you wait on them at this point.
Wondering if Dallas would go for a guy like Tyler Smith, who's a tackle guard. I could see him fitting in down there in the physical line.
Oh, wow.
Kaiir Elam goes to Buffalo. So that's one of the options, obviously, for the Ravens.
Yeah.
At 23.
I think that makes sense for them. I mean, opposite of Tre'Davious White, he kind of a pressed man. He's kind of like Jimmy Smith, in my opinion. Like, he's got that long ability. He can jam you. I think he's a good player. I think that's what they need in Buffalo. They need a cornerback.
Their secondary is good too. That's between with Baltimore and Buffalo. Those are 2 really good secondaries.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So White probably won't play this year, I assume, right?
Matt Michael's comment about another Elam on our roster.
Yeah, they just showed Matt on the team.
Yeah.
And I hope they trade back again. they could go back another 5 picks, and I wouldn't care.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. It is interesting though. You don't get too much value nowadays.
Right.
Like,
yeah,
so far back, it's like okay, let's get another 4th. Let's get 7.
Yeah, at some point, I guess you got to pick. That is true.
Those fourths could be turned into next year's thirds. I mean, just get excited about having.
Oh no, I totally agree. Yeah, that's definitely true.
They have 10 minutes in the first, so I'm sure that time goes down to what in the second and third.
I think 7 minutes in this. It might be both rounds in the second and third, but it goes much faster.
Mhm.
Yeah, it goes down to 5, I think, at the end.
Yeah.
For
And then
Saturday.
they just start picking like wildfire too.
Yeah, it's much faster than 5.
They start announcing last 5 picks, and that fourth round. By the way, hope people will join us on Saturday for this. We're going to have so much fun with that. We'll have picks done in advance. Jump on 30 minutes early because it's going to be hot and heavy as soon as that day starts. With the Ravens having 6 picks in that fourth round as it goes right now.
Yeah, I have practice at 9. Hopefully, I'll be home at 12. But as soon as I walk in the door, I'm home.
Looking forward to having you, Coach. Always a pleasure.
So Jordan and I are actually going to be in Vegas for the draft tomorrow. We're flying out tomorrow morning to go be there for the experience.
All
Okay.
right. Can
Nothing wrong
you
with that.
log in somewhere from there?
I was thinking
Yeah.
I'm going to try and do that because we're going to be in like a room setup, I think. So I'm going to bring my computer along and see if we can do that.
Oh, Jordan, the comp master. I'm sure he's got
That's
a
right. We got
I would log in Ethernet too if you're gonna try to do that, just so you won't have to do the Wi-Fi. Because some rooms have that Ethernet port. I would, take it just in case. As
I don't know if I have one. I don't know if I have a cable.
Caesar's has got like a tailgate party thing that we got tickets to. So
Oh, okay.
we'll see what it's like.
And you guys are free to go to that after the fourth round for rounds 5, 6, and 7, right?
Right.
we got
so
that
tomorrow
one
night
6
you're not
after
on?
the fourth.
Say again?
We got that 1 6-round pick after the fourth.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
For now, Coach, for this second.
True.
I'm going to go rapid fire on day 3 real fast.
And just so everybody knows, for the third day, we're only planning to be on for the fourth round. We're not planning to be on for rounds 5, 6, and 7. So you get Ravens intense activity. If they fall down to the fifth round, if they trade down, we might hang on for that, but we're not hanging on for the whole time. We're not hanging on for that 6. We're just going to hope that it's Otito Wabonya or Obina Ez.
So I'm going
you guys
to
out.
shamelessly plug myself right now. I've downloaded about 6 games of Kyle Hamilton since the pick.
There you go.
I'll be dissecting that in the next couple of days.
There you go, Coach.
So I just want to give 2 thoughts real quick. Number one, there's already video of Marquise Brown making his first public appearance as an Arizona Cardinal. So he knew this was coming. And speculating, perhaps push for it, which Jason, you kind of said in the first place. And I don't know the in the past, I don't know if he's ever really been on the same page with Roman. We know all the tweets that he's given and all of that. So if he's already there making appearances, I'd have to think Lamar knew it was coming too. And then back to the Kyle Hamilton pick real quick. You guys know me, I'm on Twitter, which is like just a negative pool. And lots of people are upset about it not being a position of need. Somebody had said to me that it was a wasted pick. So I just want to say this. Nobody will come and evaluate this draft 4 years from now and say, oh, but it was a good pick because it was a position of need. Nobody does that. You look at the draft class and you see who became Pro Bowlers, who became starters, who became distributors, who became busts. That's what you look at. Without a doubt, Hamilton was easily the best player available when the Ravens were on the board. It's not even a question. And so you take that. You take the unicorn who has these amazing instincts, who has this range, who can become a blitzer, who's smart, who can do so many things, and can become an early Pro Bowler. That's what you take, and you let everything else figure itself out. Nobody's going to evaluate this draft based off the position of need 4 years from now.
And you know who was the last player that would be the analog to Hamilton this year? It's Marlon Humphrey. Because they never said, oh, why are they drafting a cornerback? They don't need a cornerback.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Okay, the pick is in for the Cowboys. And then who's everybody got? Let's go to the big board one more time. And maybe after we get the Cowboys pick in, we'll be able to see right away.
Who's been picked?
For me, it's Karlaftis or Johnson. I think
Yeah,
You're getting a good player with either
sorry,
one.
I saw it already. Unfortunately, looking for something, I saw it already.
I picked it right.
Crap. I hate
Tyler
Twitter
Smith
sometimes.
goes
Tyler
at
Smith?
24.
I hate
Yep.
Twitter sometimes.
They like him big. They like him nasty in Dallas too. So that's a good pick for them. So, yeah, Jermaine Johnson, Devontae Wyatt, still unknown what's happening with him and why teams are what happened off the field, scared away from him. Daxton Hill, interesting guy. I still think he could be our starting slot corner. You look at Booth; he's more of an outside corner. Has that core muscle surgery. So think about Rashad Bateman last year and his timetable to return. Shouldn't be anything too serious for Booth. And then Roger McCreary, coach. That's a guy we talked about, I believe.
Mhm.
Inside, outside corner. You could put him in the slot. You could put him outside. He has banged with the best receivers in the SEC, taking some wins, taking some losses. You also have Gordon. So cornerbacks are plentiful. Outside linebackers are plentiful. And guess what we need? Cornerbacks and edge rushers. So they're
Jermaine
right
Johnson
there
is
for
still
us.
there. I just
Yep.
realized that. I think somebody said it a minute ago, but it just dawned on me.
Amazing,
He's
isn't
still
it?
there.
Real quick here, with Tyler Smith going off the board at tackle, it shows you the positional premium that people will pay in the first round, but also nobody's taken any crap on arm length this year. So Ryman, very highly scouted by PFF. In fact, I think he's this year's Geno Stone in terms of a guy that they had completely overrated relative to where he'll draft. And the other guy is a little bit lower. Deach, I think it is, from Arizona State.
Yeah.
The guy who has really short arms also.
Do not like him.
Yeah. So, you got a couple guys there who people aren't going for. And Tyler Smith, who I mistakenly had at number 11 on my offensive tackle board. I moved him up today, but I don't get credit for that. But the point is that he gets drafted ahead of the short arm guys. And I think, honestly, he ends up at guard, but we'll see.
And I would like to say this to PFF supporters, defenders, whatever. PFF, if you trust their grades of other games that you didn't watch, be more than welcome. You want to quote them. But when it comes down to draft time, ignore every single friggin' thing you see from PFF. Look at my board right here. My board is more towards the consensus. PFF, Andy Isabella was their number one receiver, not DK Metcalf, not Hollywood, not A.J. Brown, not Terry McLaurin. Andy Isabella. When it comes to the draft, PFF has its head so far where the sun don't shine that they can't see what's going on when it comes to the tape. So remember that for next year, guys. Just don't do the PFF draft tracker when you're doing your mocks. Don't pay any attention to that crap. Bernard Ryman.
Just for the
4-4.
record, I've never been where the sun didn't shine.
There you go. There you go.
Because they had Quay Walker like 140 something, right?
Yeah.
It's something ridiculous, and he's gone.
First linebacker off the board. I mean, I thought he was deserving. I love Quay Walker.
Yeah, I did. I had him as my number 3 linebacker. I had if you didn't know, I'm gonna tell you. The Kobe Dean 1, Christian Harris 2, the 2 other Georgia guys. Then I had Devin Lloyd. I got Tyndall above Lloyd.
Yeah, I mean, in the comments here, Travis Jones has been mentioned a couple of times. I think he's an interesting option.
That's the kid from
he's
Connecticut.
Yeah, he's a big guy who can move. He can be disruptive in the pass rush. I mean, he's more of a nose tackle than a 3, I think. But he's we talked about Jordan Davis as someone who can come in and provide some youth at the defensive line. And Travis Jones is an interesting guy. I think he's a good option for the Ravens.
Gabe, do you think they could get him by trading up on day 2, like give up a 4th round pick and move up from 45? Because for Travis,
maybe.
Yeah, it seems like I wouldn't draft him in the 1st round.
Perrion Winfrey is there too, Ken. So if you're looking for either guy that can play, either 1 tech, 3 tech, Winfrey's a 3 tech, but Travis Jones, you can move around a little bit. You could trade up for either one of those 2 guys. Is what I'm saying. Ken, target one, whoever drops, you could add to your defensive line.
Yeah, I like the thought of first Jordan Davis, then the guy from Connecticut, because you can have that can be the rotational piece with Pierce and still have a dominant guy at the nose.
And of course, Pickens is still out there. If we want to directly replace our wide receiver right here with a high upside guy, a guy that tore his ACL in spring practice and returned this season, the same season, the same year.
Please don't make me that happy.
For the Georgia Bulldogs. He is there, Coach George Pickens.
Please don't make me that happy.
I remember you told me when I had you on the show, you're like, he should be in that green. You need to put him in that green, Jason.
He was my number one receiver.
He got awful close to the green, Coach.
I love him, but I think it's too early.
I think it's too early, but I could see them using one of their force to move up and maybe get him, get Katie.
They're trying to move back here, though. Like,
for sure,
sitting on this.
Like, you sure you don't want somebody?
Is the pick in?
Don't make us take that.
Pick is not in. This is gonna go all the way down.
They might be trying to trade it again. DeCosta, I don't see him on the phone, but
I like to sell hardball in there.
I got 2:17 left.
Yeah, same thing.
Daniel Jeremiah knows what's up. He's in the middle of a spiel right now because he knows we're going to take this thing all the way down to the very end.
The pick is in.
Pick is in. All right.
Watson is the guy. Sean Asher is going out on a limb saying, Watson.
I like it. I would like it a lot.
Watson.
That wouldn't be my guy.
I think I'm hoping for an edge guy. I mean, my guy's Ebiketie, but Jermaine Johnson is too great value. Kalafdis, any of those three.
Give me any one of those three.
Yeah, I'd be okay
any
with
one of those three.
Going for edge rusher, huh? Okay.
I'd be okay
shocked if they went Booth. They're just like, we love our secondary so much.
I'd be okay with that too. Lots of options here.
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting another DB this fast.
It's a good point.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a big question mark.
They may even think that they got their edge rusher with Hamilton. So.
Yeah, because I really don't think they thought they could get Hamilton.
I mean, they went in so fast, guys.
That's so much fun.
We got 2 center fielders now.
That's right.
Yeah. I can't remember the Ravens making a pick that quickly.
So you can roll coverage. Like if you throw a guy in motion, you can just bump a guy down without having to run him across because you got 2 guys that can play center.
That's right.
I think we're gonna go from no interceptions, like just so few interceptions the last few years, to lots.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is wild, guys.
I mean, it shouldn't go unnoticed because most teams they don't have one pure center fielder. We're sitting here with 2. What a luxury that is. And of course, especially Hamilton gives you the versatility, like was talked about with Derwin James. Blitz, play the box, match him up with tight ends. He can do whatever you want him to do.
This is their response to the Bengals, right?
All right, here we go, people.
Hey, here we go, guys. Brace up.
Let's see. It hasn't been leaked.
It has.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Oh my!
Oh no! Oh no.
Man, we should have knew this. Eric DeCosta was praising the depth of the center position
Good God.
at the Liars Luncheon. Saying,
Yeah.
there's plenty of centers later on. It's deep, this and that.
Somebody check on Garnett.
Everybody's trying to say, oh, it's the wrong fit. He's zone. We're gap.
Yep.
That me. I'm still saying that, and I'm gonna say it till he proves me wrong.
Well, he's gonna get a chance. I mean, they're gonna this is.
They're gonna force him on the field.
Guy.
A first round pick. They're gonna force him on the field.
Yep.
Good grief.
I'm gonna
Coach, you don't think that he can? Obviously, he's been in zone. You don't think that he can transition into a gap?
Nope.
Explain to us why.
Okay. I think he can, but if you're gonna use a first round pick on him, he needs to be able to do that now.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think he can eventually get to that because there's no doubt he's a heck of an offensive lineman. And you know what? So Harbaugh, since we're doing this, Harbaugh needs to make G-Roll call more outside zone stuff.
That's right.
That's where we go.
Maybe they will.
They do a lot of counter.
If they do that, if they have had those conversations, the pick is a great pick. If they just transition more to outside zone and just stay away from heavy gap stuff and inside zone, this is a great pick. And this could be a symbol of, hey, open your playbook up, get in the vault, and all that stuff you say you got in the vault. Bring that crap on out.
Hey, Coach, one of the things they do is they run a lot of counter here. They run a lot of guard tackle and a lot of center tackle.
Yep.
And obviously some of that's decided at the line of scrimmage, whether it's the guard or center that pulls. But the fact that he's going to be on the move more, I think we will see some potential value. And when he moves, he's the lead blocker. He's the guy who's got to connect on that pull, as opposed to the tackle who it's a bonus if he connects on that pull.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and look at Morgan Moses at right tackle too. There's a guy with some mobility. Kevin Zeitler showed his mobility last year. Now you got a really mobile center. Ronnie Stanley, who knows, Tyree Phillips has shown the ability to pull at a high level, in my opinion. I like what I see when he pulls. So all of a sudden, like these screen passes that we weren't able to run, certain things like that, the mobility, it's like we were drafting big linemen and we still weren't blowing people off the ball. We were still running a bunch of tricks and schemes and combo blocks and everything else. Well, now we have some real mobility almost across the line. And Ben Cleveland tested well. I think he's a better tester than he is, say, a dancer. But yeah, some real athleticism on the line. So, I mean, obviously I would have loved to have had Jermaine Johnson. I would have liked to have one of those corners, even Devin Lloyd to just take over the middle of that defense. But yeah, I mean, hey, there's a move for Lamar. You get yourself a center, no more late round investments, and Tyler Linderbaum is your starting center for the next 5+ years.
I have a question.
They have a late round investment at tackle.
What's the plan now for McCarry?
He's
Swing tackle.
He's swing tackle, yeah.
It's good. It's a good thing to have.
Tackle now we're looking at maybe Ronnie, Juwan,
Ben Cleveland
James.
Or
no tackle.
Oh my bad, I thought you were going down the line.
Ronnie. I'm just thinking about the options at tackle. Ronnie, McCarry, Juwan James, and who was the last guy we just signed?
Moses.
That's not bad.
No,
it's not bad competition.
I don't see McCary returning to the outside. I do not see it. I think he's the first backup on the interior offensive line. He might even start at center before Linderbaum is ready to go, whenever that is. And I do have one problem with Linderbaum that's other than the arm length thing, which has been widely talked about, so we don't need to bash him again for that. The guy does not seem to be able to find the exact position on the efficient frontier of weight and speed. So he gained a bunch of weight to go at the combine, and then he ran slower. Actually, it wasn't at the combine. It was on his pro day. He ran slower. So, that's already probably an inflated or a better 40 time than he actually ran. And then he didn't really run that fast. He was carrying extra weight while he did that. And that might have contributed to him not running well. So to me, if this is a guy we want to be playing at 310 pounds and he at 302 or whatever he was for his pro day, that he lost a significant amount of speed, I'm concerned about whether he's really going to have pro quickness.
You have to do that the right way, Ken.
Oh,
I mean, from a quickness aspect, I'm not worried. His 3-cone short shuttle were phenomenal for someone of his size. I mean, he was like wide receiver level, like movement skills into short areas. So I think he can move. I think the bigger question is, can he anchor against some of the bigger, defensive tackles that we've got in this division?
Yes.
And then like how, like, and we talked about the scheme. I think he can make it work. He's athletic enough to make it work in whatever scheme you put him in. It's not what he's best at, but I have faith in the athletic upside of a player like Linderbaum. So, I mean, I'm not favorite pick here. I wanted an edge guy, but I think you're improving your offensive line. You're improving your offense. You need to protect your quarterback. And this goes a long way towards doing that.
Yeah. So
to wrap up,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
go, sir.
I was just going to say, to wrap up, like the package of the trades that just happened tonight, the Ravens trade basically a third in Hollywood, correct? And get a fourth in Linderbaum. Do the Ravens win or lose or tie that trade?
I think it's a win because I really think Giro got to change. You got to. You can't fit that square peg you just drafted. You can't put it in a round hole. You're gonna have to, or you wasted a pick on a guy that's gonna sit the bench. A high pick.
Yeah. The thing that's crazy is Lamar tweeted WTF to the news of Linderbaum. Very interesting. He's like, I don't need a new guy passing me the ball.
I don't blame him one bit.
I need somebody to pass the ball too.
Blame him one
I mean, there's no wide receiver. I mean, maybe Watson or more.
No,
I don't think
I do think
there's
they're
a wide
on
receiver
the
on the
island
board
right
here.
now. But yeah, Jermaine Johnson finally picked. It's
Yeah.
wild.
It's the very next pick too, Alec.
Yeah.
It's kind of twist the knife a little bit.
Yep.
Yep.
I think there's something up about him. I can't believe it. I
Jermaine?
mean, either there's something up, or everyone's looking at those analytics that Gabe tweeted out and said, "Nope, not interested."
He's also almost 24 too. He's older. That's something that teams do consider, I think.
Yeah, that's important, Gabe.
I mean, I just think that kind of goes to the whole narrative of him, that he was very polished, he's very refined, but his ceiling wasn't as high. So I think people are swinging for traits, swinging for high upside.
I'm just
Okay,
hoping
check.
that the Ravens can get an edge guy in the second round. Or I mean, if they can't get a second round, you gotta start looking in third round really, really hard, because
There are guys there, Gabe. Nick Benito probably be
Yep.
available. Ebikadi, Boye Mafe, Drake Jackson.
I like Drake Jackson a lot.
Karlaftis. Drake Jackson almost certainly will be available at 45. I think Nick Benito, there's a better than even chance he's available. Boye Mafe and Ebikadi, it's a swing for the fences kind of shot that either of them are available at 45. But if they were, I'd be thrilled. And I assume Karlaftis didn't go yet, did he?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Was that me?
All right.
Mhm.
That was me.
Wish somebody was that happy to see me. You know what I
Hi,
mean?
Mary.
Happy to see my dogs. That's the sad part.
Yeah, for the dogs, of course. But yeah, the good part is, I would say, silver lining to anybody that's upset is the ammo that we have, we can use to target a player and go up and get. So whether that be the wide receiver that we want, the insurance policy at tackle that we want, or the edge guy that we want. You're talking about, well, it's a Hail Mary pick that they'll be available. We have the picks to be able to do it if that's is DaCosta's plan. That's what he said, and we can do it.
I mean, I think Ebikadi could be gone in the next 6 picks.
Sure.
Karlaftis will be gone probably in the next 6 picks. I mean, they don't have the capital to make that kind of a move, or at least I wouldn't advise expending it when there's 5 guys on the board.
That's right.
So they'll have somebody.
But you'll have, Mike Sanders, Benito. You mentioned them, Cam Thomas, Drake Jackson. There's a lot of good edge rushers out there.
Question, real quick. Who was the 26th pick? I'm trying to update my Excel.
Jermaine Johnson,
No, I'm saying the
Jermaine
team.
Johnson.
I got his name. The team.
the Jets.
The Jets. Okay. Thank you.
Jaguars pick in. They traded up.
Yeah, it feels like the Ravens missed their spot to be able to trade back there by just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
2 trade backs right after the Ravens make their pick. I mean, it seems like they didn't want to trade the pick then, or they weren't getting the value that they thought they would if the 2 picks right afterwards resulted in trade backs.
It was Cincinnati really, really wanted Linderbaum. You look at the Cincinnati mocks, the Cincinnati fans, they want him to fix their line very badly. I guess there's maybe a silver lining there is they come up short in offensive linemen here. Right.
Yeah. Cole
Plenty of
Jackson.
centers, yeah.
He was
Go ahead.
tweeting out that he's expecting more of Lamar under center now, based on this.
I mean, I've been wanting to see that for the past 2 years, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Lamar and boot action would be exciting.
Yeah.
Yes, for people who love the boot, if you got a mobile quarterback, your boot is already neutered by the fact that edge defender is always looking at the quarterback's movement first. The thing about having Joe Flacco back there, which made him a great play action quarterback, was that the edge defender was oblivious to his presence. And so he used to be able to roll out on that zone block left naked boot right play time after time and create time and space on that so he could get to the third level receiver, the guy who was furthest from the line of scrimmage. Jackson just can't do it the same way. He can beat the edge defender. He can make a play.
Right, every time, though. And you're designed to play correctly around that, though. And there's a lot to be gained there, Ken. I mean, I think Jackson's ability to beat an edge guy one-on-one consistently in the open field, which would happen, right? If that happens and Lamar is beating one guy, now you've got 11 on 10.
you necessarily on the boot there, not necessarily, but you have a level 0 receiver on that side. Somebody's basically right at the line of scrimmage. Usually it's the tight end who chips that edge defender to start the play. And it doesn't really work the same way for a mobile quarterback. They get one more defender down and close, and it ends up being just, can your edge defender chase down Lamar?
Yeah, the last time we saw that play, it was being run into the ground, Jordan. I kind of go with Ken on this one because their eyes automatically go to Lamar. They automatically close into Lamar. And by the time he turns around, faking the handoff, the guy is
in his mouth.
I mean, but the cutback. So then the argument would be the cutback lanes for guys like Dobbins and Edwards are going to be massive in that system, right? Like, so if they're going to be that committed to stopping Lamar and that much attention has to be paid to it, the middle of the field is going to be wide open. And if you've got a guy like Linderbaum that can block like that, there's dividends to be paid there.
Let me tell you this, as a coach, when you coach your edge guys and they do a lot of that boot action stuff, you tell the edge guy to go hit the quarterback because you don't know if he has the ball or not. So now you're looking at injury too. At least from where he is, you can see the guys coming. But if you put his back to the defense, and you do have the opportunity. You're right about the cutback and all that. But as a coach, I'm telling the edge guy, if I have quarterback, I'm going to hit the quarterback because I don't know if he has the ball.
Mm-hmm. You prefer to run sidecar to work against that,
or pistol,
or either sidecar or pistol. So you're going to run out of shotgun. But the question is really, is it sidecar or pistol that you would prefer to reduce the chance of quarterback injury if that's your primary concern, is how the edge defender's reading your quarterback?
Now, him being up on the center, it doesn't always have to be boot either. It could be straight drop back or straight play action from, straight. As long as he don't have to turn his back, and then when he turns around, there's the option for somebody to be in his mouth. Because I know as a defensive end, he's the most dangerous guy. And I'm a coach. I'm going to tell the defensive end, hit the quarterback every time. Because we don't know if he got the ball, and he's the most dangerous with the ball in his hands. But I'd rather have Dobbins and Gus running the ball than Lamar on the edge.
But again, I mean, it's not like the Ravens would be naive to know that this would be the structure and the approach that teams would take in boot action. Like it's not like you still get to block the guy. He's not going to come free, right? And like on Lamar had a ton of risk in zone read where guys were coming off the edge at him consistently, and he would beat them. And guys coming from behind often too. So I think it's a little overstated.
It's both ways. It's pros and cons to whatever. If you're on the center or if you're in sidecar, it's pros and cons to both. So I mean, he's so special. He can make it work either way. Honestly,
that's how I think about it too. Yeah, that's kind of where I am on it. Also, I think Edwards and Dobbins are just. I mean, whatever system we're in, especially with Linderbaum here, if he can be what they think he can be, they could be in for some big years.
Yep.
So if you want to look at Linderbaum's upside, one of the things we'd say is he should really accumulate a bunch of level 2 blocks. I mean, the Ravens, when they run power and they have a double team on either the nose or the defensive tackle, actually it really be the nose in his case that they'd be trying to double team. He's going to slip up to level 2 a lot with somebody like Ben Cleveland maybe next to him, or on the other side Zeitler taking the back end of that block, and either of them be very effective at that.
That's the good thing about him. About playing center, most of the plays, most of them you're going to have help on. It's just those ones where he has the down block, maybe a one on, because we know we're still going to run some counter and stuff. How does he hold up versus those guys? If he got a down block, or Jordan Davis, like you play at Philly, you got Jordan Davis at 1, and my other guy from Mississippi State, Fletcher Cox at 3. Or if they go tight and have both of them at 1, what can he do with that?
Yeah, I'm just not happy with picking a center in the first round under any circumstances. So, I mean, it's just you have edge rushers out there, corners out there, and you're going to pick the most complementary position in football in a style that you don't play. Excuse me about the
He showed through a curveball, though, talking about they don't pick centers.
You know what? And the part that makes it a little more sticking a knife in a little more is that there are 5-6 starting centers in this draft. You want Dylan Parham, you want Cam Jurgens, you want Cole Strange. They're all there.
Fortner.
I mean, why? Tom. This is right, Tom. This is just not a pick I can be happy about. I can't sugarcoat it. It's just Linderbaum better be damn good. And it's going to be hard for him to be that good when, again, he's just getting help. He's going to be helped. He's going to be part of combo blocks. He better be blocking people in level 2 all game, like you're saying, Ken. The superstar.
Yeah.
But if he does, I mean, imagine what that does for the Ravens offense. I mean,
it puts the onus on Giro.
Yes.
It's a huge positive, Jordan. But like anybody, even anybody who scores offensive line play, anybody who looks at it, anybody who they're going to still tell you the pass blocking is more important than the run blocking, even at center. And he's got to be able to stand up to some things, and being, two gap by a player like Jordan Davis in the league. And there aren't, obviously there's not 10 Jordan Davises in the league, but some of the very much bigger players who will really lean into him, prevent him from getting first contact, not be counterable the way the college guys were in terms of him having wrestling tricks that could get him out of bad positions.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to have a lot of trouble pass blocking in this league.
We got DJ Reader in this division, right?
Yeah, that's
still in Cincinnati.
The thing that's crazy is, like we talked about it, Ken, during the show we did. I was really hoping that the Ravens would use that pick to pick a player that demands a higher draft capital, kind of like what Jason's saying, right? You can get center later. You can find it's more complimentary. If they went with Booth there, I would have been much happier.
An edge rusher,
Katie, yeah, like any high draft capital necessary kind of player.
It's a great point. And Voss has been talking about this a lot as well. And he's right on the money when he says, try and take premium positions in the first round. They had 2 first-round picks. They took a safety who you need that if you got a free safety. You need to spend that. Now, Hamilton, I can accept that he's basically like a free safety, not exactly, but he's that kind of player that's special enough. But it's not a required expenditure of first-round capital after you spent $70 million paying Williams. And I'm not saying it's the wrong pick. I still think it's a good pick. But the center for the second pick, when you need edge rusher, you need corner, you need, it really doesn't make sense to me.
I'm with you.
So what I'm going to do is, and I'm gonna go ahead and kind of give it away a little bit. When I go back and redo this Tyler Linderbaum study, I have the Wisconsin game, Purdue, Penn State, Michigan, Indiana. I'm going to look for, because we all know he's a great zone blocker. I'm going to try to find plays where they run gap plays and see how he does on that. So that's going to be my focus. It can't be tonight because it's already 11:11, but probably Saturday after we cut out. I'm gonna start looking at it at work tomorrow, but actually cutting the clips up probably Saturday after we stop. But I'm going to find gap and plays and see how he fared versus that. And I'm definitely going to be heavy on that Michigan game because that looks like their best competition, and the Penn State game.
Love to see what you come up with on your channel, Coach. And I'd like to have a show with you on Linderbaum, and specifically anyway, to talk about, and I think it'd be fun to do on ours. But thank you. That'd be great content.
Well, I feel like you guys are a lot of Debbie Downers in here, man.
Me too. I'm with you, Sarah. I'm with you, Sarah.
Well, it's funny because I'm sitting here watching Twitter and all the national draft gurus, all right, are just like Doug Farr. I'm looking at. He's like, I consistently kept Linderbaum at number 14 for the Ravens, and we're talking about. I feel like there was a comment somewhere about position of need and this and that. It's clearly the Ravens are sticking with best player available. We were fine with it being Kyle Hamilton, not fine with it with Linderbaum. And, I look forward to the episode that you two do on Linderbaum, but this is clearly work that the Ravens have done.
Okay, we haven't talked about this yet, Sarah. But I mean, Kyle Hamilton was 10 picks too late. That's why I love that pick. Linderbaum, I'd argue, he's 8 picks too early at 25. So I mean, that's the problem. There's obviously a value thing here going on too. I don't think he was BPA at all.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. The Ravens did, and a lot of these national scouts did, and so everybody can have their different boards.
Sure.
And to me, coming out of last season, from the beginning, I have said I am on team build a wall for Lamar Jackson. And so to me, that's what they did with this pick. And I can't tell you, when we go back to some of these playoff games, outside of, last year we didn't even make the playoffs. To me, it was that interior pressure. The Ravens just didn't even have it. Lamar was just running for his life from interior pressure. And so I get all these schemes, and I don't get it as in depth as some of you that study the film more than I do. But, I do give the Ravens a little bit of a benefit of the doubt that they've figured out how to handle the difference in the schemes that we normally see from him in college, and whether he can do gap, and then maybe whether they'll tailor a little bit to fit that. But I'm here for team build the wall for Lamar, and so that's why I'm a fan of this move. He needed a center. He needed a real center, and he got one.
I will agree with you as far as the pass pro side. I think he'll be better than what we had at center and pass pro. It's just, to me, the only reason I have disdain for it, and I don't even have disdain for it anyway because he's been picked, so I'm with it. But moving one techniques, moving a Jordan Davis, moving a somebody mentioned the guy I think for the earlier Reader, moving Jeffrey Simmons from the Titans. Can he do that right now? I think your first round pick, unless it's a quarterback, needs to be in the mix ASAP. But can he move those guys? I know he can outmaneuver those guys in zone stuff, but in gap stuff, he's going to have in gap schemes, a stalemate is not enough. You got to move the guy to give your running back or whoever's running the ball that lane to move. Or you got to move the guy so the puller can have room to get where he's going. So, and the stalemates won't work in gap schemes, but he can outmaneuver there. But in outside zone and inside zone, and him getting to second level is a thing of beauty. Mm-hmm. My thing is he just didn't. I don't think he fit what we do. Now, if we kind of alter what we do, it's a great pick, and it will yet to be seen. To me.
If he can make the adjustment and we're talking about a guy that has gotten all-pro type future center buzz pre-draft. Mm-hmm. If he is that guy, this pick is unequivocally worth it to me. I hear you guys scheme fit might not seem like it's right. Like he might not be ready right away because he's not strong enough. But if he puts it together and he gets to the upside of what we've seen his production and what we've seen from his metrics, it's going to be the offensive line. I'm with Sarah. That is where Greg Roman is going to make or break, right? Mm-hmm. Like when we have a great look back to 2019 behind that offensive line, we were steamrolling everybody. Yeah. If he is the missing piece to us getting back to that, I am 100% on board with this. I don't know enough to say whether or not he can fit in or whether or not he's ready, but the upside to me is clearly there.
Yeah, I agree with you on the upside.
It's the value for me. It's why it's just the value. You don't pick a center in the first round. We did. I
don't look at the numbers part of it. I look at it from what's on the field. Like I look at it as like a lot of people look like you guys talk a lot of the numbers, and when y'all do that, I don't know if you notice or not. I kind of shut up because I'm the X and O mono. That's me. So that's why I'm kind of passionate about this fight because I really think it's really on Roman. Roman now has to take the piece that they drafted and use him the best way that fits him, and he doesn't have a track history of doing that. So I'm technically, I guess you could say, I'm not really mad at the picking of Linderbaum. I just don't have the faith that Roman will adjust or adapt. Does that make sense?
Well, I'll put it to you this way. It's if I said to you, Coach, all right, I got a corner over here and I got a center. You want an A-level corner or you want an A-level center? Which one's easier for you to help? Which one's easier for you to fix? You want that A-level corner. You want that first-round corner. You want that first-round edge rusher. The center, you could have Bradley Bozeman and still have a good offensive line. You could have a Matt Skura, 6th-round pick. You could have a Ryan Jensen, 6th-round pick, and develop him. But, a corner out there on the island, you're going to need an A-level player or an edge rusher to get pressure where the difference is a split second. So it's not a numbers thing as far as analytics. I'm just looking at it from, coaches or a player's percentage. Nobody has more help on the field than the center. from an X's and O's standpoint. You got to get these guys that are forced to, and we lost Hollywood. We could have took a Pickens there and got ourselves a receiver and replenished that. There was a lot of ways to skin it, but instead we chose a center because we think he can fit in our system.
Let me toss in one more point here, is that the Ravens use different motion than most other teams. They motion like the tight end and the fullback much more in their system. And the common thing that they're doing is getting a double team on the interior with it. So they get both interior linemen double teamed on a lot of plays that they're running. They run counter too. They run lots of things that are very specific. But when they do that, that's actually even more help for Linderbaum to get a double team, even when he would normally have a single.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean it's over and done with. But I mean that kind of did put a downer on my night. Like I said, it's not the fact that I think he'll be a bad player. I think he'll be a good player. But I just think that you can find a good center. He's going to have to be an all-pro for this pick to be worth it. He's going to have to be an all-pro.
I mean, I think that's why the Ravens made this pick, Jason. I think that this is not like the Ravens aren't typically taking centers in the first round. This is not their MO. Like this is a guy that they see as being a transcendental talent, right? Like this is this is the A+ center versus the B+ corner in the way that I think that they were looking at it. So I think it's a little unfair to say, oh, if it's an A guy and an A guy, I don't think that that's the way they see it.
Now, we'll say I think they got the number one safety, and I think I don't know if somebody in here said it, but I think I read it somewhere. We did get the number one safety off the board, and we got the number one center.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I don't know if somebody in here said that. I read it on Twitter, but that that kind of gives you something to think about because we are BP, best player available early. And that stuck with the motto.
Yeah, that's the way I have to separate it because I hear what Jason's saying. Like we entered today with arguably the two biggest needs being edge and cornerback. And now we leave today with those same biggest needs and we added wide receiver. Mm-hmm. So the Ravens have a lot of work to do, no doubt. I think they can find an edge for sure in the second round that will be great for them this year. So you kind of have to separate it. It's like I know that those three things are needed, or those two things were, and now we added another. So that's a lot of work, but that shouldn't take away from who these two players are, in my view.
The Patriots are wild.
I know.
Who did the
Holy mackerel?
Yeah, get upset now.
That's an absurd pick.
I've seen that for a while, and I was like, I can't wait for this to break up the night.
Yeah, I've seen it too. Who did the Packers pick?
Devontae Wyatt.
Wyatt, okay.
Wyatt, and the Chiefs picks in. So the
Strange is 6'7". I think he's 6'7". He's very tall. And the one game I watched him play, because he's a UT Chattanooga guy, so it's hard to find film on him. But there's a cut up out there of every play on offense from the Kentucky game, which was a nice way to go through. He had assignment errors. His hands were outside the frame a lot. I mean, there's a lot not to like about him. I dropped him out of my top 10 just from watching that game. I know there's other people probably who scored more games or saw other games that he played better. But that was the one game I got a chance to watch at Cole Strange. It was enough for me.
I think people liked him after the Senior Bowl. He came in and played center, and he tested very athletically. So, but it is a huge risk, I think. Maybe they'll play him at guard. They traded away Shaq Mason, so maybe they have him at guard instead of center. But it's still like that's a big move up to get that player there at that spot. It's a question mark. New England has a bit of a history with their drafts not going so well, so this might be another one for them.
New England did not have a second round pick, did they, Alec?
Pretty sure they didn't. I'll go check on that.
I wanted to ask a question from Michael Smith. Where was Cole Strange on your big board? Michael, he was number 88 on my big board. And if you want access to the big board, you can find it on my Twitter or on my YouTube page. I put a video out with the link on my YouTube if you can't find it. So, number 88 for Cole Strange. That was the first wild card pick of the night. And then Karlaftis just went to the Chiefs.
That is really disappointing, isn't it? The number 30 pick, they get Karlaftis. That's great value.
They went to they have number 54. New England does.
So the Chiefs got McDuffie and Karlaftis. two players that would have just
Exactly
put us over
addressed
the
the
top.
Ravens' need. Yeah.
Yep.
So you would have rather had McDuffie and Karlaftis instead of Linderbaum and Hamilton?
I got to think about that.
Well,
I
they
really
didn't
gotta think
pick.
about that.
I mean, if I had the Chiefs picks at the beginning
No,
of the
I'm
night,
just,
yeah.
I mean, straight up. I'm asking straight
I don't
up.
know. I don't know.
I'm gonna answer
I think
that.
you guys. I think
Heck
there's a
no.
wild discounting of
Heck
Linderbaum
no.
here.
I think Hamilton by himself makes it worth.
Honestly,
Yeah, I think I agree with
to
that.
go Karlaftis and Linderbaum, I take Linderbaum 9 days a week.
Yeah,
Me
but
personally. 9
Jordan
days
was
a week.
asked.
If those two, 9 days a week, I'd take Linderbaum, and to add Hamilton over Booth, I'd take that too.
That's a huge
It,
trade up. Yeah.
You traded Hollywood to get in that spot as well, and you started with the 14th pick. So comparing that scenario is not even close.
But and yet you hesitated as though you would think about the latter. I'm just pointing out that like you mentally decided to devalue what the Ravens have done because you're upset about it without
No.
looking at the talent.
What I'm saying is the Chiefs didn't have to give up Hollywood Brown.
I get that. But that wasn't the question I
That wasn't
asked.
a question.
No. The Chiefs did not start with the 14th pick.
Fair.
And yet I'm sitting here wondering if the Chiefs made out better than the Ravens, who had the 14th pick and had to give up Hollywood Brown.
Well, in that line, they had to give up to move up to 21. They had to give something up, so they were 29 and 30 to start.
They also
with.
traded Tyreek Hill.
Right.
Yeah.
But the question was, forget how they got there.
Mm-hmm.
Mano y mano, those two guys versus the two guys the Chiefs got. Who do you prefer?
Yeah,
I think
prefer
it's
Hamilton,
close.
Linderbaum.
I think it's close. I think I like Hamilton and I like Linderbaum probably better. But if you're talking about where you picked them on the board, you better have done better. I mean, that's the point I'm making. You got the 14th pick. What do the Chiefs didn't have a shot at Kyle Hamilton. So, you should have done better.
I mean, you're discounting it in the question without even giving a fair shot to the talent that the Ravens added here, Jason. I mean, I just like the Ravens added a lot of talent tonight, and,
Sure.
and you might not love the valuation of kind of where they did that within the draft, but and maybe the Ravens were trying to trade back a little bit so they could still get Linderbaum. They did get that extra fourth in the process of also, so they went back in that regard. So they picked up a fourth instead of giving up whatever the Chiefs gave up to go get McDuffie too. And that's not being accounted for either.
So the Chiefs started the day with the 28th pick. We started the day with the 14th, right? Something like that.
29 and 30 for the Chiefs. That's what they had.
There you go.
The one thing I'd say, Jordan, is let's not make a great pick make up for a mistake. That's like saying we were great with Hayden Hurst and Lamar Jackson. Well, we were great with Lamar Jackson. We weren't great with Hayden Hurst. We're pissed off because we didn't take Derwin James. So yes, they made a great pick with Hamilton. We're very happy with that. That doesn't, forgive a reach for Linderbaum if that's what it turns out to be.
Yeah, I would have rather had Linderbaum over Karlaftis as well. Like, and not particularly close.
Honestly, to speaking on Karlaftis, he couldn't be. That's probably the best situation for him to play beside Jones.
Chris Jones.
Mm-hmm.
That's because he. That's probably the best situation for him to play beside a premier guy. Like if he would have went to Philly, that would have been good for him. Him being the guy, not gonna work.
I'm looking for a what was it? The Raiders last year, where the picks, if they were swapped, you felt better about them. Right, they went
They drafted the
Leatherwood.
offensive. Leatherwood. Right?
Leatherwood, and then who was the safety? They got
The
The
Raiders.
guy from TCU, right? The other guy from TCU.
Yeah. Anyways, like I'm thinking whatever we get in the second round, if I'm feeling good, like real good about it, if it's somebody I would have picked potentially at, like, let's say they get Booth for whatever reason. If they get Booth there, I'm like, all right, they swap Linderbaum and Booth. They still got the same guys. It is what it is.
So I had Karlaftis 22nd and Linderbaum 25th. So I mean the same. I view him as I like Karlaftis better, but about the same.
Because what's the fifth year option on a center? I don't even know. Like, is it relatively cheap?
It wouldn't be that much because it's the average. I think it's the average for a center, not the average for an offensive lineman, because that can burn you. And that's the franchise tag is based on average for the entire.
You got three different numbers on O line. You got a tackle number, you got a guard number, and you have a center number.
But do you have it for purpose of the 5th-year option?
No, I'm just saying there's 3 different numbers. I don't know the number.
3 different values.
Yeah, 3 different values. Yeah.
All right, so the Bengals pick is coming in here, guys, and then we'll stay for number 32. Maybe we'll have a couple closing comments, and then we'll invite people back tomorrow. I want to make sure everybody gets their plugs in while it's commercial time here. Alec, what are you plugging?
Ravens Recap. You can find us at ravensrecap.com, on Twitter, Ravens_recap. And yeah, that's it.
All right, outstanding. Jason.
Yeah, just Huddle It Up Films, just like you see on the screen, YouTube, Twitter.
All right, outstanding. Jordan.
Watch your Hollywood Brown highlights while you still can.
I'm at Raven Sit Room on Twitter. Gabe, who had to leave because he's going to a dinner reservation with me, and he's much farther away, so that's why he took off. We do the Situation Room podcast together. You guys can check us out there.
Okay, and that's on filmstudybaltimore.com as well as
Spotify.
Access it via Twitter. Yes, all the good places. Sarah, what do you got with your plug-in today?
Follow me on Twitter at SG Ellison.
All right. And Coach, you're at not at Sip to Tally Films, right? You're Sip to Tally Films on YouTube.
Sip to Tally Films on YouTube and Coach Evans 9 at Coach Evans 9 on Twitter.
All right. By the way, if you're not following these people, make sure you do, because they're all great follows. I guarantee you almost everybody watching is already following Sarah, because she has more followers than anybody. But I really appreciate that these people are very much worth following.
All right. Who the Bengals getting?
All right, here we go. Daxton Hill. That's a really good player.
That's a good
Don't
pick.
love that.
It's a good
Good
pick.
thing they didn't get. It's a good thing they didn't get Linderbaum, though. You know what I mean? That would have really, messed it up.
Anybody else?
Put Jason on watch tonight.
Well, that is a question, Jordan. The legitimate question is: would you rather have Linderbaum or Daxton Hill, and some of the versatility in the slot corner position covered?
I mean, look, I don't know a ton about Linderbaum in the sense that, like, some of the scheme things. If he is the all-pro upside that everybody is regarding him to be, I am 1,000% okay with him over where he was taken. If he is not that, then I've got a problem with it. And if you guys have a problem, if you don't think that's what he is, then that's an issue, But I don't have that issue because I don't know enough to say that.
Sarah, you look like you got something to say.
I don't. I was just listening to Hamilton. He just had his first press conference. Yeah. No, I don't have anything more to say than I said last time. Is that
Sound like a sharp guy?
Yeah, he's pretty. He's not this big excited guy. He's pretty calm, which I like. It's like on, big draft night, some people just eat it up. He's very calm. He's businesslike. He was asked about Ed Reed. He said that Ed is the GOAT, and hopes that he gets a chance to meet him and pick his brain. He said he's excited to play alongside Marcus Williams. He said, I'm happy to learn from him. I'm happy to play against him, and I'm happy to compete against him, which is awesome. So he was asked about sliding, and that didn't bother. He's like, you never know you're going to be picked up in the draft. And he's like, I think when I look back on this 10 years from now, I'm going to be glad that I went to the right team. So he said all the right things.
All right.
Here's a question for y'all. Vikings just traded back in. Are they about to go get Willis?
Yeah, that's a reasonable bet on a 50-year
It
option
wouldn't
player.
shock me.
It's the Lamar Jackson.
Exactly. It's the Lamar Jackson move. Another purple team.
How
Get
much
the older white
how
quarterback
much-
out of there?
How long is Award still locked up for? Their quarterback,
I think they have 2 years still with him.
because he has robbed the NFL, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like fully guaranteed through 23, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
He's the Bobby Bonilla of the NFL.
Yeah.
He bet on himself. That's what, Coach, and he hung around. Yeah, he's got 2 void years on his contract after 23. So basically, he's got in 23, he's got a $36.25 million cap number, which means he has $12.5 million in dead money if they cut him. It's almost $50 million this year. So they're really wed to him for 2 years. We'll see who they take.
Trendsetter.
By the way, I just want to add that Alec had noted that around the time that we picked Leonard Baum, that Lamar Jackson tweeted WTF.
Yeah.
He has since tweeted, he retweeted somebody else saying something. He said, "It's not about my new center," with the eye roll emoji. Stop that BS. So he wasn't saying WTF about the pick of Linderbaum.
Oh
He's
yeah,
like
I'm
calling him.
sure that's still
yeah.
Hollywood. Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah,
that's still
yeah.
Hollywood.
I mean, he's calling him my center. Stop that BS. He's not saying anything bad about Linderbaum.
Well, I'm
I mean,
glad,
I believe
'cause
that.
I was thinking to myself, like, imagine being Linderbaum and now your quarterback's like sad about this. It's like the best day of his life, and then
That would be very unlike Lamar to say that.
It really
about
would be.
something.
It's
Yeah,
also
really
very
would.
suspiciously timed, and I don't want to get into this anymore because I don't want to beat on Lamar about it. But bad timing. Wait until the Ravens are nowhere near the clock to put that WTF out there.
Yeah, whatever. He cleared it up.
Yeah.
So you can always do another tweet. I like that he engages
Me too.
with fans.
I
So
do.
to me, I don't mind that he does that as long as he clears up. I think he did the same thing with his contract when people were speculating that he wasn't signing because he didn't want to play with the Ravens, and then he tweeted, "That's not it. Stop that BS." You know,
Oh,
he's
my
like, "I love my
goodness.
Ravens. That's my team."
I hate
So
it sometimes.
you know, everybody tries to read Lamar, but Lamar's not only a unicorn on the field, he's a unicorn on how he approaches everything.
Yes.
So it's almost impossible to try to figure out what's going on in his mind.
Brace yourself, people.
I know what it is.
Brace yourself.
Well, I gotta go. I need to hear this though.
You could be a couple minutes late. He can read the menu.
Not to this place. There's no menu at this place.
Sounds like some fine dining's about to happen.
Hey, they're about ready to go to Vegas, coach. There ain't no skimping going on there, man.
But I gotta know.
I was there right before Christmas.
Ah, nice. I'm gonna put in a big bet on the Ravens for the Super Bowl and a big bet on Lamar for MVP tomorrow. So
Let's go.
Okay.
I did the same thing last year.
So Lewis
Me
Seam
too.
of Georgia is the safety drafted at number 32 by the Vikings. Interesting pick.
Mhm.
Not a bad pick, I don't think, but definitely a guy who's thought of to be a center fielder.
Georgia has tied the 04 Hurricanes and last year's Alabama team for the most first round picks.
wow.
How many are they up to? 8 or 9?
4, I think. I'm talking about
4.
just in one night. 4, I think. They got I'll tell you who they got. They got Trayvon Walker. They got who else? Help me out. Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis, Quay Walker.
Quay
Quay
Walker.
Walker.
Yeah.
Devontae White. They got 5 and Lewis
Right.
Seam. They got 5. So it must have been
Yep.
5 then.
All right.
Seam, Walker, Wyatt, the other Walker, and
Trayvon,
who's in the
yeah.
middle? Mhm. It's 5. I scrolled past. Let me save this so I won't miss
Wyatt.
it tomorrow.
Yeah. That's 5 right there. We named them all.
Did you
Walker,
you said
Walker, Wyatt, Davis, Seam.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
No Dean.
Nope. Houdin.
Well, hey guys, great night, and we'll be picking it up again tomorrow at what did they turn on the clock?
hour
Tomorrow? Is it
earlier.
7
It's
o'clock.
Hour earlier. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll
And
probably
I was going to say one other interesting note. I only missed one guy, which was Booth with the injury in my predicted first round. So I don't know if Alec has that, but yeah, it was a pretty calm night. The only wild card was Cole Strange. Other than that, it was all, you can see it right there. A couple of guys in my first or second round range, and that was it. So my board held pretty well.
nobody drafted below 39 in the first round except for Strange, right?
Except for Strange, yep. So
Yeah.
it held up pretty well. Which is not great for the Ravens. You know what I mean? You want to see off the wall picks, but tonight kind of went as I expected it there, with only Booth hanging on from that green section.
All right.
Only one quarterback.
Well, it's great,
Yep.
great stuff. Great to have this, guys. Love talking to you guys. A bunch of people who really know their football, and it's always fun to talk football with any of you. Sarah, you going to be joining us tomorrow night? Or you have other daughter and son activities going on?
She doesn't
I
have
think she does.
headphones on.
She doesn't have her
on mute.
headphones on. There you go.
Yeah.
Coach, you going to be here tomorrow night?
Yes.
All right. And I know
I'll
Jason will
I'll be here in time tomorrow.
Alec, you on time tomorrow?
I had a lot of fun. I'm going to try my best. I will be in a car, but I'll try my best. I'm actually headed towards Sarah. She doesn't know that though.
Okay.
But
All right,
not to see her, but in that general direction.
That would only be a little bit creepy. Because she's not reacting to it. She's giving you the dead.
I know
hand look.
she's in a whole other world. She has no idea what's going on.
All right. So anyway, we'll have folks tomorrow that will be entertained with. Thanks for everybody else who jumped on in the comments. Probably in the second and third round, we'll do much more of a good job of getting to more questions. Love to have you. Thank you for interacting with us on this. We really appreciate it. And it's always fun to do this. This is not a money-making opportunity for us in any way, but it's always fun to do this event just because I love watching the draft with people who love football as much as I do.
Hey, thanks for the compliment, Shrimp Trawler. He said my board was better than Jeremiah's and PFF's. How about that, Ken? About that, fellas?
Good hit.
We all agree.
Got one, man. Got one.
I said it, man. EDC had it up. They didn't even try this year. They just hunted up Film's board and like that. All right, that'll work.
Goofball, bro.
Go,
I love you guys, though. Thank you. We can't wait for tomorrow.
All right, guys, we're gonna call it off now. I appreciate everybody joining in, and we'll talk to you tomorrow night.
All right.
See y'all.
Love y'all. All right, guys. Have a good night.
See you guys.
See you tomorrow.
I think I'm gonna be the one who ends the broadcast.
Bye, Sarah.
Right.
Bye,
She-
Sarah.
We just go. Let's wave at Sarah because she's not looking. Everybody just wave.
Let's see how long.
She's still not looking.
Sarah.
She ever gonna look?
Ah.
All right, fellas.
Good time.
See you guys.
All
See
right.
y'all. Good night, YouTube. Check out the channel. Check out Coach's channel.
See you, man.